but it'll be faster.
Yeah, with the Ethernet with hardwire. Bunch of peeps in. I'll try to find your advisory committee people. That's like emailing them.
All right, good morning, everybody. Looks like our first presenter is here. Apparently we're having a little bit of trouble with our internet and website. It's a little slow for some folks. It was slow to load up. I know, at least on one of my laptops here.
I'll call you.
So we'll see how it goes. If we start to have some trouble or if it gets glitchy, one thing that helps is just to turn your video off and just use your audio. That'll help with keep our bandwidth and connectivity happening. So anyway, good morning again. My name is Carl Jacobs. I'm a grants manager here at the Recreation and Conservation Office. This is day 2 of the Land and Water Conservation Fund technical reviews. And our first presenters are here. Looks like Julia and Nathan from Sedro-Woolley.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. And what I'm going to do, let me start your PowerPoint, and then I'm going to hand you controls so you can advance your slides. All right, so click, you might have to click a few times on the screen to get it activated. Perfect.
We go back.
Perfect. Okay, hold on 1 minute. I need to. Looks like you are a co-host.
Okay.
You're good? Okay. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, try again to make sure you got the control back. Perfect. We can see your mouse. Okay, well, you guys have 12 minutes to go through your PowerPoint, and then we'll have about 8 minutes for comments and questions and suggestions. So go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. And good morning. My name is Julia Johnson. I am mayor of Sedro-Woolley, and with me today is Nathan Salcina from our Public Works Department. And today we are presenting the Olmsted Park Development Project. Our project includes the development of a new community park with amenities including a youth fishing pond, parking, pathways, restrooms, picnic tables, benches, hiking trail access, landscaping, and all associated utilities. The city, along with our project partners at the Port of Skagit, have made a substantial investment in design and planning work for this project, and our community is committed to making this happen. With the assistance of the RCO, we can make this project a reality. Sedro-Woolley is known as the gateway to the North Cascades. We're a small community located in the lovely Skagit County of the northwest corner of Washington State. Zooming in, you can see that Sedro-Woolley is located about 5 miles from Interstate 5 corridor. And the map shows Olmsted Park's location within the city. Olmsted Park is approximately 11 acres. This is the aerial photograph of Olmsted Park showing the approximate boundaries. The view of this photo highlights the housing density just to the west of the site and illustrates the public need for this project. The city currently has only one other city park at the southern edge of the city, and it is currently used at full capacity all spring and summer with picnic pavilions reserved 1 year in advance. Most of Sedro-Woolley's growth is occurring on the north half of the city, which currently has no developed city parks and has the largest concentration of children and the smallest lot sizes and yards. The nearest developed city park is located 1.5 miles away and requires crossing a busy state highway. Providing improved access to the pond in this photo makes this a unique project as it will improve access for youth fishing. The aerial photo in this site further illustrates the expansion of the city and the housing density. The property shaded in the yellow that you see to the west of Cascadia Drive currently has 201 home long plats under review. And the golf course property shaded in yellow to the south of Portobello Avenue is also owned by a housing developer that is working on a long platting the site with additional 195 residential units. These two developments alone are estimated to bring in approximately 1,200 new city residents within a half mile of our project site. This map shows our service area, which is the city limits and the city urban growth area. As you can see, there are no parks north of State Route 20. The only other park with the aquatic feature is Riverfront Park on the southern edge of the city on the banks of the Skagit River. Sedro-Woolley is growing fast. Our permit center, even with COVID-19 outbreak, is busier than ever. Our current population is just over 12,000, with over 26,000 in our school district. I fully expect that our population will exceed these projections. Also, the demographics of Sedro-Woolley are such that over 50% of our elementary children are eligible for our free and reduced lunch program. The Olmsted Park location is within walking distance of an elementary school and a middle school. The first way that we go about considering reviewing needs is to get citizen input, and also using our local planning documents and the city council goals. Our city comp plan was completed in May of 2018, and our annual council goals include the following bullet points. We will enhance city parks and recreational opportunities. We'll make it a priority to plan and develop a community park on the north side of State Route 20, which has large population of young families, but currently no park. We plan to complete phase 1 improvements to Olmsted Park in partnership with the Port of Skagit County. We'll provide linkages to county parks. And we will work with the county to develop a 15 to 30 acre community park at Northern State, now known as the Swift Center, under the joint auspice of Skagit County and the city of Sedro-Woolley. We're going to pursue ventures with Skagit County and other jurisdictions and public and private opportunities in order to obtain access to a greater variety of recreation that the city can provide on its own. We're going to improve the park land at the Swift Center, since named Olmsted Park, to add recreational facilities, caretaker amenities, lake and open space access, parking infrastructure, and passive recreation. This site plan of phase 1 is the improvements, and it will include restrooms, trash enclosures, signage, pathways, parking, plantings, picnic tables, and benches. As you can see here, the household income is below the state average by almost $13,000. Persons of color is 8% below the state average. Disabled population is 3% higher than that of the state average. Body mass is at 0.98 above the state average, and the mortality rate is 242 people more than the state average. Our project addresses deficient opportunities within the following ways. We will add public restrooms and trash enclosures. We will add parking, walking paths, complete site grading, stormwater handling, and utilities for all phases, and add landscaping, which will include field, turf grass, and plantings, including large shade trees. The people that you see in this photo are competing in the annual Wildcat Steelhead Derby Club at Olmsted Park. The phase 1 improvements of the rest area, trash enclosures, park sign, pathways and parking, stormwater pond, plantings, and turf grass will complete a much needed infrastructure that will greatly improve access to the use of this site. This is our project Decide, and once again, you see in this slide that it is phase 1 of improvements. The future park has been named Olmsted Park in honor of the Olmsted brothers who completed the original landscape design of the former Northern State campus next door to our project. The project is a community scale park with active zones, highly visible, and quiet zones meandering along the natural perimeter. The stormwater control pond will be developed as a park asset. Accessible connections are designed to connect parking to fishing and trails. Our project is environmentally responsible, preserving wetlands and incorporating a wetland botanical trail. The top 5 priorities in our design are grading and landscaping, restrooms and trash, parking, and pathways. The design meets the needs of all populations. The restroom and sign structure on the site have been designed in a Spanish colonial style to mimic the Northern State Hospital campus next door. We plan to do the sustainable and environmental stewardship plan by planting native plants to enhance the wetlands, soil improvement, increased trees and shades, reduced mowing requirements. We will provide parking runoff that will be treated and managed. Stormwater treatment basin is a planted park amenity. Connections to a new sidewalk at the roadway and park adjacent to bus route 300. We had significant and unanimous support at our project open house, receiving only positive comments. We have many letters of support in our file from homeowner associations, major employers, service organizations, and neighboring government agencies. Perhaps, and most importantly, we have the support of our project partner, the Port of Skagit County. They donated the property to the city, and they have pledged $400,000 towards planning and development of Olmsted Park. This slide shows several quotes of support from community organizations. Sedro-Woolley has already invested in design plans for Olmsted Park. We have 75% plans completed for civil, landscaping, and stormwater design. Cost efficiencies for Olmsted project come in several areas, including monetary pledges of $400,000 towards the project. Service clubs have pledged support in-kind labor and materials. We have donated materials and support from local suppliers, and water, sewer, and electrical connections are already stubbed on site. As Sedro-Woolley slowly transforms from a rural to an urban community, we are desperate in the need of preserve to expand our outdoor recreational opportunities for our growing population. Using a combination of city funds, funding from our partners, service clubs, and funding support from the RCO, we can make this project happen together. Thank you. And we would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Great, thank you very much. All right, questions, comments from the committee. Dave, go ahead.
Could you please flip back to slides 19 through 21? I just want to look at them one more time.
Yeah, I can get back there. 19.
All right, I was trying to, I'll let you guys move it from now.
Sure. Does that help, Dave?
Yeah. Are there page numbers on there or slide numbers?
There are down in the bottom right.
Yeah,
Okay, I just can't see them because of the menu bar. Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Other, Jennifer, you got something?
Yeah, hi, good morning. I thought your presentation was really well put together. Can you go back to the demographics slide? I don't know which number it was. Sorry about that. It was earlier.
Let's see if I can get back
Slide
to
13.
13.
13.
Oh, I saw a lot of really good demographics. I don't think I saw the body mass index, or was it on there?
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's one of the bullet points over.
Oh, it is. Okay, perfect. I thought that you had everyone except for that one, and I thought it would make it stronger, but there it is.
Mhm.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
All right, a couple more hands. Franna and then Kevin.
Hi there. Really great job on this. It flowed really well and was very, very clear. I think you included a lot of good information. I'm thinking I wrote down slide number 7 was a lot of good information to help make your case for public need. I feel like the amount of text on your slides and then just reading the text on the slides is a little distracting. If there is a way to, like on this one, slide 13 that's on the screen right now, you kind of have things pulled out in bold. Cutting down the text to not be exactly what you're reading, but maybe just highlighting the key factoid or message that you want us to digest would help us kind of know what we're supposed to take away as we're listening to your laundry list. But overall, I felt like it was really easy to understand and get the feel for this project. One clarification that I'd like, you mentioned 400,000 from the port, and that's not reflected on your budget in PRISM. So you might need to clarify that in your final presentation.
Okay, I'll have to go back in and take a look at that.
Franna, I am wondering if we just removed the wording on slide 13, which is the demographics and then the opportunities, and just left the scales themselves, the images themselves of each of the means that we're looking at. Would that be helpful? If we remove the words?
I think cutting them down,
Okay.
yeah, trimming them down is helpful. And there were multiple slides that were that way.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
just thinking about, you don't need full sentences because you're saying the full sentences. So just, whatever the key 3 words or the number that you want us to digest and remember,
Mhm.
I feel like that would be more effective.
Thank you. That's good
Got it.
feedback. Thank you. Yeah, that makes
Thanks,
sense.
Franna. Kevin, go ahead.
Franna conveniently mentioned 2 of the 3 things I was going to ask about or comment on, so that's great. So I will reinforce the thing about the words on the slides, particularly slide 7 was one that I noted that was challenging for me to sort of, I think it was 7, well, maybe not, one of them, yeah, where I was trying to keep up and listen at the same time. So the second thing was in PRISM and what we see in PRISM and what was on the thing. I think you mentioned kind of like an $800,000 match, and part of it was 400,000 from the port, I think, and then you mentioned some other, donated things and all that. And I just didn't feel like that was all enough detail, or it wasn't consistent what I'm looking at on the PRISM site and what I sort of saw on that. So just to kind of a little more detail, like take credit for those volunteer things, if there's a way you can monetize that or something like that. Then just a question is, I'm just like sort of curious about the northern state. What's happening with that property, and is there any integration of whatever that might be to this park?
You want to take that, Mary?
Yeah, so the design that we're looking at for this park is actually going to, I call it kind of the, be the anticipation of what you will see when you drive into the Swift Center, formerly Northern State Park. So the Spanish style, the natural botanical gardens, the way that we're trying to be environmentally careful, that all of that is going to reflect what is happening at the Swift Center, what has happened there, what is happening. And so even though the park is a city-owned park, we are going to work in conjunction with the Port of Skagit to make sure that we're mirroring one another. And so it will look cohesive as people drive into Swift Center.
I guess what I'm asking is I'm not sure that, or I am sure that I don't know what's going on at the Swift Center, what it is. I sort of understand there was a state hospital, but what's going on there now and how do you integrate?
Okay, yes. So that's in transition up there right now. So what's happening up there is they have Job Corps that is happening. They're bringing in Cedron, which they are a technical company that is working in, how would you describe that, Mark?
They're doing wastewater treatment for agriculture and for potentially for municipalities.
Yeah.
And third world countries.
Yeah. So Cedron is a company that actually is taking polluted water and they're purifying it. They have a process by which they use that they put together these programs and machines that go into third world countries, and they actually clean the water and generate energy. So they're looking to become more of a cutting edge, more innovation. That's what they're looking to do, is bring in companies that are have more innovation. So they're in transition right now, but that is the overall plan.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's going to be developed into more of an rather than an old, hospital. It's going to be developed into a, more industrial uses up there, commercial industrial uses.
Yeah, well, more
the whole campus. I think that's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah, more technology.
Yeah, I was just trying to, right. Because I just hadn't heard of it before, so I looked at a few pictures of it, and it looked like a potentially pretty cool resource. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have great vision for that and are working with several companies, but one for sure will be Cedron that'll be coming in.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thanks. Nikki, you have something.
Yeah, I think you said that your other destination park has picnic shelters that are reserved all the time. But I don't see any picnic shelters planned for this park, even though it sounded like this park was intended to
Good point.
be another park like that. Is there not a need for picnic shelters here?
So there's definitely the need. If I don't know if you're able to get back to slide 2. That will show so basically we're applying for funding to complete phase 1, which doesn't include the picnic building. It applies for, or it includes, getting all the utilities and civil work done. And then if you look on this plan, this is the full plan right here, and it's got the future buildings that are on the top of the hill overlooking the pond and the basketball courts. But the phase 1 doesn't include those amenities, just completing the civil work. Basically, we're trying to get RCO to help us do the heavy lifting so that we can complete the other stuff with our own local funds over time.
Okay.
And I think
So then,
I think you might be interested in knowing that. So once we have completed phase 2, we have service groups and community groups that love coming in and building those shelters. They feel very vested in the parks and in the recreation that we have here. And so once we can get beyond phase 1, we do have many groups that will come in and actually make phase 2 a reality. Thank you.
So then on the subject that Franna and Kevin were talking about earlier is slides with too many words on it. Could we go to the slide for sustainability?
Not sure what number that was, but.
Yeah.
I think it's 19.
There we go.
So this is another one where you basically just read your bullet points versus describing. And so I think this would actually be most effective if you had pictures to describe and just briefly went, like had a bunch of slides that just went with the picture, like here's our native plant enhancement, here's what we're planning for soil improvements. But if you want it to be on one slide with a list like this, then what you're saying and what is on the screen shouldn't be 100% the same.
Okay.
Like this could be just a couple words on each bullet, and then you could describe it in more detail when you're talking.
Okay. Thank you. Good feedback.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, everyone. Kevin, do you have something quick? And then we got to move on to the next.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I just want to compliment one thing that's the best I've seen. I personally always struggle in these things trying to line up what the photos of the ground and then the site plans, and the way you guys have overlaid the site plan on top of the aerial photograph is just fantastic. I wish everybody did that. It really helped me understand. Thank you.
I have a close friend that has a drone. He was able to get us some drone photos, so that we figured you'd like that one. So
great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. All right. Well, thank you very much, you guys, for joining us. Next up is Seattle Parks and Rec. So we will get that
Thank you.
project running. Yeah, thank you. And we did get all of our committee members joined in right at the beginning of that last presentation. I apologize. They were all hanging out in the waiting room, and for whatever reason, I didn't see them. They weren't displaying on my screen. So user error, this guy. All right, so Bob is here. Bob, are you presenting this one? And Ed maybe as well?
Yeah, we're actually teaming up on a presentation this morning.
Excellent. Who wants control of the slides?
I would control the slides, but others will definitely be presenting.
Okay, all right. Bob, go ahead and click on the screen to make sure you can take that. Perfect. All right, go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Great. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bob Warner. I am the grants coordinator for Seattle Department of Parks and Recreation. Joining me today is Mike Schwindeller and Ed Pothurst, who are the project managers on the North Rainier Park Development Site, which is a very exciting project. So Ed, please proceed.
The North Rainier Park site is located in King County in southeast Seattle. It is east of I-5 and south of I-80. The project site is situated in a dense urban area adjacent to Rainier Avenue, a major arterial. The surrounding neighborhood is a mix of homes, apartment buildings, and local businesses. This part of Seattle has a great need for universally accessible public recreation opportunities. There is one other Seattle Parks and Recreation park close by, but it offers only a single picnic table. Also, this park lies across Rainier Avenue. It's situated on a hill, making it difficult to access for those with physical disabilities. A little bit further out, there are limited parks and recreation parks and green spaces with few recreation amenities. Currently, the roughly 19,000 residents within a half a mile of the project site have limited or no access to a play area, basketball court, barbecue grill, or fitness equipment. The new park will provide for the only city play area for both toddlers and older children within a half a mile. The area around the project site has grown considerably in population in recent years. Major housing development is currently underway. The project is in a designated urban growth village, which means that it is prioritized for higher density development and public transit access. Our community engagement process identified the need for diverse and inclusive multi-generation recreation facilities with a mix of recreation opportunities for people of all cultures, ages, and physical abilities. Specific needs identified include loop paths for walking or skating, dedicated toddler play equipment, play structures for older youth, sport courts, shaded seating to mitigate the effects of direct heat, and gathering spaces that increase community cohesion. Together, these intentionally designed features will create a community park that allows for intergenerational interaction throughout the day and at all times of year. As you can see, our goal is to transform a neglected urban space in a high-need neighborhood into a community asset. The project will include site preparation, including invasive species removal and soil amendment. When developing the park, we will also install a new irrigation system with green stormwater infrastructure. Additionally, the project will provide accessibility improvement to the surrounding road with the addition of sidewalks and pathways. This will integrate the park with the neighborhood. North Rainier is one of the most diverse areas of Seattle and has been historically underserved by public recreation resources. Median household income is below the state average. The percentage of residents of color is more than double the state average, and the mortality rate is significantly higher than the state average. In 2020, the median annual income for a family of 4 in the tract was just $52,000. 33% of the residents in the project census tract are living below 200% of the federal poverty level. The city and Seattle Parks and Recreation are committed to prioritizing and investing in this underserved community. Over to Bob.
Thank you, Ed. Through Seattle Parks and the North Rainier community engagement process, it was a very thorough process, involved quite a lot of local community members. Specific community input included loop pathways for walking or skating, dedicated toddler play equipment, play structures designed to engage youth of all ages. This new park will also add the only Seattle Parks basketball court and fitness equipment within a half-mile service area. These will provide opportunities for increased activity and fitness among the broad range of ages and abilities that will use this park. Seattle Parks has graciously received an $80,000 grant from Kaiser Permanente to fund the fitness center. In addition to active recreation, the project will provide much needed passive recreational opportunities. The public process identified the need for a space that would foster community connections. The loop trail will provide an important park feature to the nearby senior housing residents. The central lawn and additional shaded gathering areas and picnic tables and barbecue grills will provide opportunities to host community events. These features will increase the overall park activation and public safety, but also increase the quality of connection between neighborhood residents. And Mike?
Yeah, let's take a look a little bit into the design, where we're trying to balance fitness and play and community gathering. Our design team synthesized all the site analysis and community feedback that you saw to influence the park design and amenities. As you can see, the current design development plan strives for a balance between community gathering spaces with fitness, play, and multi-generational activities. To start with, notice the park development amenities are called out with numbers. On the next slide, we're going to highlight some of the pedestrian safety improvements on the borders of the street right-of-way. If we look here now on the letters on the perimeter, note the pedestrian safety and accessibility elements. The park design integrates safety and accessibility into the circulation and amenities, providing strong connections to the neighborhood. Seattle Parks and Recreation continues to collaborate with the Seattle Department of Transportation to ensure that safety and accessibility improvements actually extend beyond those shown here, with companion curb bulbs and curb ramps on the south side of South Charlestown Street and a future crosswalk after the park development is complete. Let's take a look at some perspectives. This is looking northeast from the park entrance, and we're going to walk around to the right as you come in through the semi-formal entrance, creating a sense of arrival and a place to meet others coming from the arterial and Rainier Avenue South. Walking around the loop, as you go counterclockwise, we head towards the first picnic area and the play area. The next perspective sort of highlights the different activity zones, with the central lawn providing more unprogrammed space and flexibility. Central lawn can be used for festivals with vendor tents, informal games, picnics, and community gatherings. The seating area now includes barbecues and picnic amenities, not shown here. And you can see the adjacency of the play area and the adult fitness equipment, for which the community vocalized very strong support. As we continue along west on the Loop Trail, this portion of the park has a slightly higher activity level, including a more active cluster of adult exercise equipment and half-court basketball, the second picnic and barbecue area. And Ed will walk us through environmental sustainability.
Transportation-wise, this park will be within a 1-minute walk of a neighborhood greenway and 3 major bus routes. And also the Mount Baker light rail station, the site is within a 15-minute walk of the Mount Baker Bus Center and the Mount Baker light rail station, both of which will provide low carbon park access to the wider region. The project design includes elements that combine that enhance climate resiliency through stormwater and heat mitigation. The existing invasive knotweed will be removed and replaced with native and drought-tolerant vegetation, including over 40 new trees. This shade will reduce and provide refuge from the urban heat island effect that will become increasingly intense as our climate warms over the next century. The addition of green stormwater infrastructure, including bioretention swales, will allow the site to manage the projected increases in heavy rain events. Finally, the project will prioritize the use of regional and highest possible recycled content materials in the construction of the park. Over the course of 2 years, we did intentional public engagement that resulted in documented responses from over 200 community members. This outreach included 4 public open house events and online public surveys. Outreach materials were translated into 4 East African languages and Chinese, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Tagalog. Initial survey results with 70 respondents identified access to green space that provides opportunity to enjoy natural surroundings for community gathering and exercise as the highest priority for this park project. These findings centered our design goal to balance natural features, fitness, play, and community gathering space. Back to you, Bob.
Thank you, Ed. So we as parks are looking at leveraging a number of different sources. Some are both within the state of Washington and RCO grants and external sources. And we've received an $80,000 grant from Kaiser Permanente that would go towards the fitness equipment and other amenities. And we've also received $132,000 through the Seattle Department of Transportation through a memorandum of understanding. In addition to funding sources, private and otherwise in public, we would also commit long-term maintenance general fund budget towards ground crews, specialty crews, and laborers that would allow us to provide long-term maintenance and sustenance to the site. Additional cost efficiencies would include our extensive volunteer programs that we have with Seattle Parks. In 2019, there were 28,000 registered volunteers within our system that provided 172,000 hours of support worth an estimated $4.3 million. And even though this is a recent development project and we haven't had volunteers on it thus far, we're excited to see that into the future. And that concludes our presentation. We're excited to hear your feedback.
All right, thanks you guys, appreciate that. Comments, questions from the committee? Nikki, go ahead.
Yeah, so on this plan, I find it hard to understand. And that's because the numbers don't really go in any kind of logical order from left to right or right to left or anything. So I could see where number 1 and number 2 are, but if I want to find number 3, then I have to go past number 9 and 12. And so I can't quickly look at the legend and tell what's going on in the park very easily or walk my way through it. I feel like if you had some of these things don't really need labels, like pole lights or signs or trees. And so you could have fewer things that have labels, and then either use your numbers and walk them through in some kind of logical order around the park, or just put in smaller letters the words of what we're looking at. So instead of having a number 8 in the middle of the lawn, you could just say Central Lawn there.
Mhm.
Something like that would make it easier for me to be able to look at this and really quickly understand what's going on in this park.
Sure. Thank you, Nikki.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Nikki. Alana, go ahead.
Thank you for this presentation. It was particularly the sections on need and need satisfaction were really persuasive and helpful. One comment I had was, if possible, to add more photos of the current status of the space to help us really see that transformation. There was that one photo that it looks like you used twice that I thought was really, really helpful, particularly when contrasted with the site design. But if you have more photographs, I think that that would really drive that point home, particularly as you shift from the first criteria to the second one, to really demonstrate how critically important this project is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. And then Jennifer.
Hi, I thought this was a really good presentation in the area of, oh, sorry, was it Dave's turn?
That's all right, go ahead, and then Dave will be next.
Oh, he didn't say anything, and then I thought maybe you called on me. My apologies, Dave.
That's okay, no problem. Maybe I missed it. Early in the presentation, it would help me to have a, even if it's just a quick overview of what you're planning on doing, like with this site plan.
Okay.
The other thing too is, I know you had a picture, kind of a ground shot. It had a blue house on the left-hand side of the site. I didn't get a great feel, and again, maybe I just missed it, but an aerial photo showing the outline of the site and how big it actually is would be helpful right up front, just to kind of set the stage. And I agreed with the other comments about the plan here having the actual labels on the plan instead of the numbers, so we don't have to jump back and forth. That'd be really helpful. But good project.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks. Jennifer, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I thought this was one of the better jobs in a couple of areas that I've seen. One of them is matching the slides with the criteria. As a rater, it was very easy for me to understand that piece. And then this was one of the presentations that had the better use of pictures mixed with words that I've seen. I really liked a lot of pictures and a little bit of words. With the exception of slide 24, I think that you could do a better job with that one, like you had to that point in the presentation. There's too many words on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that one.
Thanks, Kitty, and then Franna.
Great, thank you. Good morning, that was great. And I recognize this application, I think, as well from the ORLIP process, if I recall. But really helpful to see. I just wanted to also build on what Dave and Alana and others have shared. Knowing how underserved this area is, I think that aerial photo of this 1 acre site within that kind of Rainier Valley context would be really helpful, just to understand how much, how depleted this area is in terms of green space, and how bringing this site to life could really add value to that community. I think that'd be one additional opportunity to build on. Oh, you do have it there. I missed that one. Maybe zoomed in a little bit.
Okay.
That's helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Franna, go ahead.
Yeah, similar. Thanks for bringing this slide up. I think being able to bring to life kind of what is around there. All we see are rooftops, but we don't know what those are. Are they apartment buildings? At one point, somebody mentioned something about a senior housing development nearby. If you can give us a flavor for what some of these things are that are in the general vicinity and really give us a flavor of what the community is like. That will help drive home the case. And I think too, a stat that you could throw in, I think you already gave us a really good compelling information with the circles, but also reinforcing Rainier Avenue is I think it's the deadliest road for pedestrians in the entire state. I think is the statistic I've read at least a couple years ago. So, you know, not everybody I'm from Seattle, so not everybody on this committee is familiar with this area of the city, and certainly not the dynamics of Rainier Avenue South, which is a pretty gnarly road. And so people who live on, you know, the one side of it aren't going to cross it necessarily to get to this park. So they, you know, having a park right there serving that side of the road makes it even more compelling, I think. And also, if you have any stats about the health outcomes, you know, you mentioned that you have the donation for the fitness equipment, and I think understanding who the people are and what some of their, you know, some of the outcomes that you're trying to change. So if there's, you know, the, you know, rate of, I don't know, heart disease in the community or obesity rates among kids, something like that might help get to the people side of things. Yeah, but overall, I think it's just a very compelling project and a well put together presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can definitely do that. Yeah.
Thanks, Fran. It looks like Nikki, one more comment?
Yeah, so similar to what Fran was just saying about having an aerial photo zoomed in with what some of the local stuff around it is, I think I remember in your legacy written materials that you talked about there being the local Safeway nearby and that everybody in the area shops there. Yeah. And I think just talking about that here and what the context is, it would be helpful. So I think you could just get a closer zoom and put some labels on some of the nearby things, and that would be good.
Thank you, Nikki.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, you guys from Seattle. Appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate you. Thank you for taking time for us and giving us great feedback.
Absolutely.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving north to the city of Monroe. And Denise is here. Hi, Denise.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. I'm going to hand over control so you can advance the slides yourself. Click on the screen a few times to see if there we go.
Okay.
All right, and whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okie dokie. Good morning. My name is Denise Johns, Senior Park Planner with the City of Monroe. The City of Monroe is proposing to acquire 43 acres of land to preserve and restore habitat and create parkland along the scenic Skykomish River on the city's eastern edge. This will be a fee simple acquisition. The 5 contiguous parcels are under a single ownership north of US 2, Burlington Northern Railroad, and the Skykomish River. The project site is located in Snohomish County, about 15 miles east of Everett on US 2 in the Skykomish watershed. The property is within the city limits of Monroe, northeast of the 90-acre Al Borland Park, which includes a system of passive trails, viewpoints along the Skykomish River at its confluence of Woods Creek. The nearest open space preserve is approximately 15 miles to the east within the Snohomish River estuary. This map shows that the majority of conservation sites are located west of Monroe, west of Monroe along Highway 9 and I-5. The site has a direct connection to the Skykomish River, provides storage for floodwaters and off-channel refuge for juvenile fish. The site has approximately 7 acres of wetland, which are hydraulically connected to a surface-fed stream and oxbow channel and the Skykomish River. Acquiring this property creates the opportunity to reconnect off-channel habitats, increase wetland functions, reconnect floodplains, reduce impervious surfaces, which are the highest priorities for ecological recovery. Preservation of open space and resource conservancy land is listed in both the City of Monroe and Snohomish County Parks and Recreation plans. The City of Monroe is seeking to preserve the site as open space, provide interpretive signs and wildlife observation trails, parking for public use. The park will remain essentially unimproved and development will be limited to support public access to the property, such as natural trails, to provide wildlife viewing, habitat interpretation, and to experience a unique recreational opportunity. The acquisition will allow for a 4.4 park linkage, ultimately creating a riparian shoreline passage for wildlife and extending recreational opportunities for residents and visitors. The public need for this park is evidenced in the area's higher than average BMI and lower than average income. The lack of parkland here is an indicator of an underserved community from a health perspective. Easy access to parks and equity of parkland distribution to promote physical activity and well-maintained parks all contribute to a community's health. The seller purchased the property with the intent of developing the site for commercial use due to its proximity to downtown Monroe and visibility along US 2. The property owner has completed grading plans and is seeking entitlement to change the zoning from limited open space to multi-use. In 2018, the property owner submitted to the city a clear and grade permit to fill approximately 11 acres and bring the property of the site up to, out of the floodplain. The city is working with the property owner to secure funding for habitat preservation. However, the property owner is not prepared to postpone development activity while the city seeks funding to purchase the property. Environmental benefits include restoration of habitat functions, open space preservation, air quality, stormwater infiltration, and flood attenuation. The City of Monroe will be responsible for managing the site. The city currently manages and operates the 90-acre Alborland Park along the Skykomish River. The city will continue to partner with Snohomish County, the Conservation District, Sound Salmon Solutions, and Department of Fish and Wildlife for ongoing stewardship programs, including control of noxious weeds and invasive species. The Snohomish Conservation Plan recommends acquiring properties to prevent further floodplain development or fill and to protect off-channel habitats where they are not currently protected. The Puget Sound Partnership in 2016 Action Agenda recommends acquiring rural and agricultural lands with opportunities to protect and provide access to priority habitats for threatened and endangered species. And the city has received over 25 letters of support in 2018 to preserve the property. With a willing seller, the project reduces capital costs by acquiring property prior to development. A future expansion opportunity of the adjacent parcels provides strategic expansion while reducing upfront financing costs. Properties located near parklands have higher values, benefiting the tax base of local governments. Adding new parkland improves the quality of life in communities and benefits the local economic development of a region. And after acquisition, the future park will promote improved physical and mental health through physical activity, reducing costs associated with healthcare. Through effective land and stormwater management, the project also reduces infrastructure expenditure and flood damage costs. The 6-mile reach of the Skykomish River east of Monroe is critical for Chinook spawning and rearing. Past this point, Chinook, coho, and other salmon species primarily use the Skykomish River as a transportation corridor. Acquisition for this park will protect the land's habitat and ecological function, preserve spawning and freshwater rearing sites. We can protect and restore ecological function here through preservation and restoration of native landscape, especially focusing on the Oxbow Channel, eventually reconnecting with the Skykomish River, removing invasive species, enhancing stormwater function, providing interpretive environmental education, and practice ecological maintenance techniques. Thank you for listening. I'd be happy to listen to your suggestions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Denise. Dave, why don't you go ahead and start?
Thanks, Carl. Thanks, Denise. Couple of questions and just one comment. The first comment is your slide numbers tend to jump around a bit. So if you could just double check those when you get to the final, that'd be helpful. That way we know which slide we're commenting on.
Thank you, Dave.
And then a couple of comments. I wasn't real clear on how you access the site because it seems like the property is kind of off the highway. So linking how those two link together, and then also how it actually connects to the river because you have Highway 2 and the train tracks in between the river and the site. Those are just my questions and comments.
All right, thanks, Dave. Erica, go ahead.
Hi there, thanks for the presentation. I was just hoping for a little clarification on the situation with the property owner. It sounds like there's a zoning change happening, but I wasn't super clear on the timeline on that. And then you said that they weren't willing to postpone the development. So I was just trying to understand what the timeline is. It's clear that there is kind of a threat of loss in development, but if you could kind of get into what that timeline is, that would be really helpful. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Kitty?
Great, thank you very much. Similar to Erica's comment, that was one thing that jumped out to me was this concept of threat, especially as you go in and talk about the natural resource values of the site. And I guess for me, some flags are going off in my mind, wondering if those resource values would be lost if the landowner is just kind of pushing forward with their development plans while the city is trying to, of course, acquire enough funds to protect it. But anyhow, I mean, I think you made a good case for the resource values, but the reality of that threat and that timeline was something that I think would be helpful to understand better. And then I think you had a number of great slides that put this property in context at the very beginning, and you moved really quickly through them. I guess I wanted to kind of stay and look at them longer and really kind of soak it up. So whether that's, I don't know if it means consolidating those into some that might to allow us to stay longer on those slides and absorb the information, that'd be helpful, or just simply pausing for 5 more seconds, in your script before you go to the next slide. So I think you were really efficient at the beginning, but I wanted to kind of stay and absorb that information a little more. And then finally, I had a question. I think you referenced, again, the resource values, and I think on a few of your maps, you had the culverts identified there. And I guess, I don't know if there are plans or problems with those culverts to reconnect them to the Skykomish, but I know the state is required to do that. And I guess one little flag again went off in my mind, wondering if this was a potential restoration site that could connect to the state's culvert restoration that they're required to do across the state. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to make that connection, but that was another question that came to my mind. And my last final comment is around just the community's connection to this site. Wondering if the school district or local education programs or those kinds of opportunities might exist to, just to make sure the community kind of can connect to and steward and really enjoy this new potential resource area.
Great, thanks, Kitty. And Denise, just so you know, you only use about 8 minutes, so you do have some time left if you need to, if you want, take a little more time or add slides and information.
Thank you, Carl.
Nikki, go ahead.
Hi. Did you say how many home sites could be developed on this site?
No, I didn't mention that. No.
So I think it'd be helpful to know how bad it would be, because if it's only a couple, that that doesn't, or one per parcel, that doesn't seem like it would be the worst thing that ever happened in the world. But if there's a bunch of sites that could go on here, then being able to show a plat map, or at least name how many sites this would be developed into, would be good for your project. And then I also wanted to say that on slide 7, if we could go to there.
It jumps from 6 to 14.
There's one that has a 7 on it.
7,
Yeah.
All right.
So on this one, I didn't find this slide very helpful, because you didn't talk for very long on it. So there was no time for me to read it, but there's a lot of words on it. So you're talking about the plans, and maybe just show the cover of the plan and then say what you said, or something like that. Because on this one, I was torn between reading what was on the screen and listening to what you were saying. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Nikki. Frana, go ahead.
Similar to what Nikki just said, now I'm seeing that on what my comment is. Now I'm seeing that in part on this, and I wasn't able to digest that, was a question around the open space plans, and if there is a level of standard, that level of service standard around the amount of acres needed per 1,000 population, or whatever that measure is. Now I see for Snohomish counties, it says acquisition of 450 acres. So highlighting that, and that helps make the connection of how there is a need, there's a deficiency, and then acquisition of 43 acres is a huge chunk to help accomplish reducing that deficiency of 450 acres. And I think it's, my comments also reflect what Kitty said earlier, like I just couldn't digest the various maps. And I don't know if it would be helpful to maybe use the same base map so that we're familiar, we've digested it, and then you can put the different kinds of information on it as you walk us through. So our learning curve on each slide is a little bit less. But yeah, I felt like I'm not quite there with you yet as you were flipping through things. And I think you need to bring in the people aspect and help us get to know what the community around it is like, and how you envision them using this and benefiting from it, and how that meets the need, not just environmentally, but also for the people that live in your service area.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any last questions? Andrea, do you have something?
Sure. Yes, I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding this. Did I hear that the development was going to occur prior to the acquisition?
No.
Okay.
They are a little bit impatient and would like to sell the property to a developer. The seller.
Okay. Yeah, that's a very key thing. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. I do not see any more hands up, so I think we'll move on. But thank you, Denise, for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for your great comments. I appreciate it.
Yep, no problem. All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, City of Mountlake Terrace. Hello, Kevin.
Morning.
Looks like you're presenting this one. I'm going to give you control. All right, click on there you go. Looks like you got it.
Yep.
And whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
All right. Well, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Kevin Whitty, and I'm a recreation supervisor with Mountlake Terrace Recreation and Parks. We're excited to present the Evergreen Playfield Infill Turf and Lights Phase 2 project. Today, the field includes a dirt surface, grass outfield, outdated lighting, backstop, press box, and built-in bleacher areas. The field and lights reached the end of its proposed life in the 1990s. This project will convert an existing dirt infield at Evergreen Playfield number 3 into a synthetic turf infield with grass outfield, new LED field lighting system, and improved landscaping surrounding the facility within Mountlake Terrace. Mountlake Terrace is located in southern Snohomish County and is bordered by 5 different cities: Linwood, Briar, Edmonds, Shoreline, and Lake Forest Park. Interstate 5 divides our city in half. The project site is located near the center of the city, just east of Interstate 5, and is on the entry into the town center. The Evergreen Playfield Infield Turf and Light project site is located within the Evergreen Playfield complex. The Evergreen Playfield complex is an 8-acre site with tennis courts, multi-purpose synthetic turf field, which is currently in development, ADA restrooms, concession stand, parking, and a playground with feature for all ages. Between March and October, the project field is booked daily. These next slides will address the first scoring criteria, which is public need. The service area extends well outside the 4 square miles of Mountlake Terrace's city limits and includes Shoreline, Edmonds, Briar, Linwood, Lake Forest Park, and Kenmore. The high density of this area means that there are over 122,000 people within the service area. These communities have residents who participate in organizations who use Mountlake Terrace as their home field. There are a total of 4 synthetic turf facilities in our service area. The black dots show comparable fields where public use is limited or restricted. These are local school facilities. The blue dots show synthetic turf facilities within our service area that are available for public use. There are only 2 comparable public synthetic turf facilities within our area, the closest of which is outside Snohomish County, which is over 5 miles away. As you can see, there is only 1 public synthetic turf facility within Mountlake Terrace, and it is currently in development. Evergreen Playfield number 3 will be the 2nd public synthetic turf facility in Mountlake Terrace, and it is located at the same complex. There are currently over 3,000 athletes who use the variety of fields in Mountlake Terrace for play and practice. Today, about 600 of those athletes utilize Evergreen Playfield number 3. The demand for synthetic surfaces is extremely high, especially in the early and late seasons. Teams will move off dirt fields if a synthetic turf facility is available. By adding this field, we will be able to meet demand within Mountlake Terrace and its surrounding communities. The only other synthetic turf facility in Mountlake Terrace will be located at the same complex and is currently in development. Availability on synthetic turf is so limited that even schools who have synthetic turf fields need additional time. The women's JV softball team from the local high school does not have an available field for practice at their school. The JV team currently uses Evergreen Playfield number 3 for practicing games. The high school and many of the other synthetic turf facilities in the area are locked when not in use and during school hours, preventing access to the public. As I stated earlier, this field reached the end of its proposed life in the 1990s. As you can see from the images taken after a rainstorm, the drainage on the surface is poor. Water pools up and creates puddles that create a muddy and unplayable surface. In addition to the playing surface, the fencing is past its life and needs replacement. The existing lighting system from 1976 is in need of replacement as well. The lights on the remaining poles have been in need of constant maintenance given their age and direct vary power source. The reduced lighting limits the playable areas on the field outside of daylight hours. The image in the top right shows a cross section of a similar wooden pole that has deteriorated and was in danger of falling over. The press box is no longer utilized given its condition and needs to be demolished. The bleacher areas are too large for this type of facility and are not ADA accessible. The 2015 City of Mountlake Terrace Recreation, Parks, and Open Space Master Plan identifies this project as a priority for the city. The plan calls for the redevelopment of existing athletic facilities as the city is built out and there is not space to construct new fields. The city's comprehensive plan also notes the need to improve existing fields to meet demand. The City Council is very supportive of this project as it will provide an attractive feature in our parks as you drive into the town center. And we'll now review scoring criteria number 2, needs satisfaction. Upon completion, this project will serve key underserved demographics. This project will serve underserved youth in the following areas. According to census data, the community served is among the highest concentration of non-white families in South Snohomish County. Many of the youth in these families participate in local sports that utilize the field in this project. In addition, this census tract has many youth 16 to 19 that are at high risk for an elevated body mass index. Making the field available for more participation will combat childhood obesity. Creating another space that allows for healthy activities will help lower body mass index in at-risk youth. The project service area is close to the state average for almost all the underserved demographics. This project will serve people of color and with disabilities. This project will address need through improved athletic facilities. Improved ADA access will allow all to reach and utilize the field. This project supports the various activities that take place on the ball diamond, including alternative sports such as kickball. In addition to traditional recreational play, the ADA access to the field and dugout spaces will allow for adaptive play. The project design includes marking for adaptive lines that can be painted on the field for users with special needs or for very young athletes. I will now review scoring criteria number 4, project design. The design supports and meets the need and scope for this project. It also will enhance the aesthetics of the area. Upon completion, the converted field will have a state-of-the-art synthetic surface lined for multiple types of baseball, softball, and other type of diamond sports. Upgraded and efficient LED lighting will extend playable hours. The ADA access at multiple points around the field will connect to new and existing ADA pathways, as well as 2 new ADA parking stalls. 7 additional parking spaces will be created to supply the added users. Standard permits will be required from this project. The invasive species and trees that will be removed will be mitigated with native plantings and tree replanting. The field is located next to several other recreational opportunities, including a multi-purpose turf field, which is in development, tennis courts, playground, and ADA restroom. The variety of features at this complex will provide users a comprehensive recreational experience. ADA gates will link to new and existing ADA pathways that connect to a new ADA parking. Major slopes will be removed to make the field accessible. This project will install LED lights and a synthetic turf on the infield only. The infield will be reshaped in size to meet the need, and grass will be planted on the border to create an even playing surface. The invasive vegetation on the built-in bleacher areas will be cleared and graded to create a level viewing surface with native plantings. The City of Mountlake Terrace contacted several reputable contractors to obtain cost estimates for this project. The city has scoped this project to include an artificial turf infield surface with crumb rubber infill and LED lights. Project details include adding fencing with ADA gates, accessible pathways, new bleachers, and other site amenities. Given the existing footprint of the field, fencing, drainage, and infrastructure, all the estimates received by the city came in around the same cost, and this consistency gives us confidence that our cost estimates are accurate. I'll now address sustainability. This project follows guidelines stated in the city's adopted sustainability plan. The project will not require chalking lines and spreading sterile infill mix each year. This product will include a reduction of gas and diesel engine emissions, since a truck or tractor will not be needed for infield maintenance. The project's field design uses a pervious surface with filtered drainage to control, manage, and treat stormwater. Additionally, water will not be needed to keep dust from coming up in the dry months. It looks like I got those slides backwards. I apologize for that. So that was this slide. I'll go back. Mountlake Terrace Recreation and Parks is committed to maintaining the integrity of the environment at its parks and facilities. The field is located in the central part of the city, and there is a main bus route that stops at the complex. New bike racks were installed this year to promote bicycling to the field, as well as the complex offering a variety of other opportunities to promote equity and recreational opportunities for all. Upgrading the current lighting system will create a 35% reduction in the power needed to light the field. The LED system will reduce the number of lighting fixtures from 30 down to 24. The new system will have a dimming function to allow for less power usage during desk hours.
The project will include a remote programming system which can turn the lights off from anywhere if the field use is canceled at any time, reducing potential energy consumption. The improved lighting technology also reduces glare and light spillage, which will result in the reduction of light pollution in the surrounding neighborhoods. The improved lighting and field conditions will reduce maintenance time and costs. The redeveloped field will be the only public synthetic turf field within the city and near the town center. The town center is currently experiencing heavy development as a light rail will be reaching the city in a few short years. The increased population, business, and traffic in the town center need park spaces to support them. The increased use of the field will meet the expanded economic growth. I will now cover project support. To date, we have received 13 written letters of support, including organizations representing the primary sports that will be played at the field. There are also letters from various community groups, citizen boards, and the school district. Most of these groups have been interested in the project for many years. The project has been discussed at several city council, board and commission, and user group meetings. There is strong public support for park and facility improvements within the city. In 2016, the voters in the city passed a levied lid lift to fund parks and recreation, which include park improvements like this one. The city of Mount Lake Terrace will provide all project management and many in-kind services. The various departments within the city will collaborate to manage all aspects of the project to keep costs under control. The matching funds are coming from impact fees due to the various developments happening in the city, and as well as local appropriations. The city is currently working with some user groups and local community groups to gain donations that will also help offset the cost of this project. We are ready to move forward with the state on another needed, valuable, cost-effective, and exciting project. Thank you for the opportunity to present today and for considering our application. And now open it up to any questions or feedback.
Great, thank you, Kevin. We got a few. Dave, why don't you start?
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Carl. Kevin, nice presentation. Should I mention that I was there when the Evergreen Playfields were built? Maybe not. Are there plans to redo the restrooms also? Are those?
Yes. So we are actually applying for a local parks grant to redo the restroom and support facilities. And if we don't get that grant funding, we're exploring other options to get those replaced as well to support this facility.
Okay. A couple other questions too. So on this particular slide that's up there right now, it'd be helpful to just label kind of the key features of the grant or of the project. You know, like number 2 is ADA parking, for example. Instead of having the legend there, we have to bounce back and forth and read the legend and everything. So if you could label that'd be just makes it easier for us.
Absolutely.
I did appreciate when you were moving from one criteria to the next that you said, hey, I'm on number 4, criteria 4, and moving on with it at that point. It helps keep us up to speed on that. And then the only other question I had at this point was, what was the decision on having the outfield be grass and not field turf also?
Mainly cost. It's about a couple dollars per square foot, and when you're talking about thousands of square feet, it adds up. And so just being able to make this project happen, we had to look at how much money we had to be able to do this. When we've also found that other areas such in our other playfields in the area, such as like Meadowdale and up in Linwood, have done the same thing, and it works really well because the dirt infield is what really becomes unplayable. The grass tends to soak up water better and doesn't get as damaged.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks. Jennifer, go ahead.
Thanks. Hi, Kevin.
Hi.
So, just to touch on what you guys were just talking about, we do have grass outfields at the Regional Athletic Complex and the turf infields, and the key will be good drainage in the outfield, but it does works very nicely. So I thought your presentation was very well put together and organized. I would change slide 4 to the beginning to tell us where you are before introducing the project.
Okay.
Yeah, just to kind of put it on the map and help us refer to, that area.
For sure.
And then this is just a small detail, but criteria 9. Mine shows 7. That's the cost efficiencies.
Oh,
Um,
I might have mislabeled that.
at the
So
very end, yeah. So 6 should be community support, and then number 7 is cost efficiency. Okay, that's all I had. Good job.
thank you.
Thanks. Kevin, go ahead.
Hi, yeah, thank you. This may not be really critical, but something that I wondered about as someone as a person that's not tremendously in the mode of athletic fields. You sort of were making the case for the synthetic turf, and then you had a nice map that had the places that had it. But I was kind of wondering, it would have been helpful for me in some way, I think, if that map view had sort of all the fields with turf in them, just to kind of have a sense of how much athletic field resources there are out there, and how if this is the coming wave of the direction for these kinds of facilities. So does that make sense?
Can I clarify? So you would like to see all athletic fields, whether they're synthetic turf or not?
Yeah, maybe like you had colors, maybe just like a different color for the athletic fields that were all there, just to kind of get a sense for how much of this functional resources out there, or this sport I'm looking for the right word, and then specifically how much of them are synthetic. So
okay, yeah, we could add a slide for that shows all the sports field, which there are a lot, but then yeah, there are very few synthetic turf facilities.
Yeah, and then just for me as uneducated, just maybe just a little bit more about maybe you said it, but I was sort of stuck thinking about that, about why this is advantageous, this kind of transition. So.
Right.
Yeah, that'll help us
Thank
understand the inventory in the area, and like the nearest synthetic turf, is a 20-minute drive or whatever, something like that.
Right.
Franna, and then Kitty.
So I second that. That was my biggest comment, is knowing a little bit more about the lay of the land. Overall, I think it was a very complete presentation, but showing that here's the location, here's the fields, here's the number of fields. So you only showed us 4 locations. Does that mean there's only 1 field per location? And then does that 1 field have to share it with other sports? So it's not a dedicated, diamond sport.
We did. Those 4 fields are specific comparable sports field where it's a synthetic diamond only, but there are lots of other facilities in the surface area that are multi-purpose and things like that. So I can absolutely do a better job of calling out, here's everything, here's the specific ones that match what this project is.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I think that would help us get a little bit more of a flavor. And then you also mentioned at one point, you said, this will meet our need. And I'm wondering, I feel like we are always at a deficit of huge proportions for ball fields. So does this really, is that what I interpreted that to mean like, and we're done. We don't need any more fields. This satisfies it, doing this 1 field. So I don't know that that's exactly what you meant with that, but if you have from your open space plan, like a specific number of, and here's the ball field goal that we think we're going to need for the next 5 years. This is where we are today. The addition of this field, the transition of this field to synthetic turf gets us 1 step closer. And I don't know if you have those stats, but I think that would help really drive home the need satisfaction.
We have a little bit of that. Would it be helpful if because I have some estimated numbers, like right now, I think that field serves about 600 people. And I think we estimate that once it's converted and has more available time in use, that it will serve close to 1,000. Would something like that kind of show like the expanded capacity and how we're going to help meet that need?
Absolutely. If you can connect those dots for us and spoon feed it to us,
sure,
that will help us digest a little bit better.
Okay, great.
All right, thank you. Kitty, go ahead.
Great, thank you. And great thorough presentation overall. And I also appreciate the few talking points you had at the end related to match funding. how the city is passed the levy lid lift, and then you also mentioned the impact fees. I think that's really important to show the strength of that local match. And I guess one question I had, and again, I couldn't quite tease it out, is I was wondering the current state of the ball field. Is it not fenced? Can the community just use the site as they would like, or is it fenced?
It is open to the field for like drop-in style use, but it does need to be reserved if it's organized team activities.
Okay, and then with this development proposal, will it then? I think I saw like does it look like a gate would be installed then on the diamond, or a?
It would be a
fencing?
fully fenced diamond, but we would leave it open throughout like the day. It wouldn't be like locked like a school district facility, like during school hours where no one can get out to it. So I can better explain that.
So there'll still be some informal community use of the site when it's not programmed. Yeah, that was one question, because you did emphasize, and I thought you emphasized it well, that the school, you don't have a shared use agreements or anything with the school district field, so that is a really limiting factor and why you need this. I thought that was interesting and an opportunity maybe to work on to expand access over time up there.
Mm-hmm.
However, not really knowing your area, but I guess knowing that, again, I think you mentioned that there was just limited sort of park sites in general in Montlake Terrace, so I wouldn't want that public access, I guess, to be cut off with this new development of the field. So if that's truly not the case, then it'd be great to know.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone. I don't see any more hands up. So thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day and weekend.
Yes, thank you. All right, everybody, a little behind schedule, but we have arrived at a short break, maybe even shorter break. Why don't you take 5 minutes, come back just a little like 10:33, 32:33, and we'll get close to back on track. All right, welcome back. Hopefully folks are back from a quick break. Hi, Nicole.
Good morning.
Morning. Looks like you're presenting this one for Gig Harbor. I'm going to pass remote control over to you. So click on the screen a few times. There we go. All righty. Well, welcome. Thanks for joining us. And you have 12 minutes and go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Nicole Jones-Vogel. I'm the Parks Manager for the City of Gig Harbor. Thank you for the opportunity to present our community's request for $500,000 of the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. We are also requesting $500,000 from the WWRP Local Parks Grant, and combined with our local match, we will use these funds to develop the next phase of the Gig Harbor Sports Complex, which we are calling the Picklebow Spot. This project serves as a neighborhood park and as the park core or hub for the sports complex. The City of Gig Harbor is in Pierce County, located in the South Puget Sound area of Washington State, about 45 miles south of Seattle and 10 miles northeast of Tacoma, just across from the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. The 7-acre park property is located off of Harbor Hill Drive, which is currently undeveloped in Gig Harbor North. The City of Gig Harbor has been working hard to provide athletic and recreational opportunities to accommodate a rapidly growing youth population. The Gig Harbor Sports Complex is a highly anticipated project. The lack of fields has placed a huge strain on the sports leagues in the region. Because of this, the city has been planning the development of the sports complex to meet the community's needs for several years. The first phase of this athletic complex, which is 2 synthetic lit turf fields, expected to be completed in 2022, and was funded in the 2018 RCO grant cycle through the YAF grant program and in partnership with the YMCA. The Y is a strong partner and will be constructing the restrooms and concession stand as part of the first phase and doing mass clearing and grading of the second phase. The second phase, which is at the Picklebow Spot of the sports complex, includes pickleball courts, bocce ball playgrounds, event lawns, and the associated parking. This second phase of the sports complex will be the heart of the facility, and like I said, we're calling it the Picklebow Spot. The Picklebow Spot is the part of the community vision that draws visitors from all aspects of our community and brings synergy and life to the overall sports complex. The City of Gig Harbor does not currently have any regional parks. Peninsula Light Fields, expected to be redeveloped in phase 2 of the sports complex, provides limited athletic access, mainly only to the Gig Harbor Little League due to the singular focused design of the fields themselves. The majority of the recreational opportunities in this area are passive or undeveloped. Our park growth has not kept pace with our population growth. The city has an excellent trail system and a proven track record of partnering with a local utility and park district to serve the larger region. It has been a critical mission for our city to provide non-motorized transportation. Most of the population is within half a mile of a trail, and this provides the perfect opportunity to connect our neighborhoods to our parks. The graphics are showing recent and future development zones concentrated in Gig Harbor North, where our project is located. Here's a summary of the data. Gig Harbor has experienced unprecedented growth over the last 10 years and is currently the 3rd fastest growing city in Pierce County. From 2011 to 16, the population increased by 25%, with an annual increase of 5%, and that trend is continuing. So while our annual growth rate in Gig Harbor is 5%, the state growth rate is 1.59%, and Pierce County is about 1%. If this growth rate continues, the projected population will be nearly 14,500 in 2030. And since 2011, there has been a 59% increase in single-family homes. Emerging new developments surround this project, such as public school across the street, residential developments, commercial developments, the YMCA, and connections to several city trails, including the Cushman Trail. The community, through a public process, was clear that pickleball and bocce ball courts were desperately needed. There is such limited play space that there's usually a line of people to get into the YMCA at 4:30 in the morning to play at their indoor courts. And rumor has it, if the doors aren't open by 4:31, those folks are making phone calls. The South Sound Pickleball Club is a group of over 400 players, and the Gig Harbor players range from ages 7 to over 80 years old, and there are 0 dedicated public courts in Gig Harbor. The Gig Harbor Comprehensive and Pros Plan describes a great need to develop parks and recreational opportunities to accommodate the rapidly growing community. We need more playgrounds and youth-focused amenities for all segments of our youth population. Gig Harbor North was identified as a logical and appropriate location for new facilities, and commonly requested facilities included pickleball courts and soccer fields. Our project meets all 5 priority areas in the RCO's 2018 to 2022 Recreation and Conservation Plan. Our approach to this project is to provide an intergenerational experience. We're going to sustain our legacy by utilizing local and state funds to develop a park for a community in need. We will improve equity and assert parks as a vital public service by fulfilling a park deficit in the community and ensuring there is multiple modes of access to the park, including non-motorized and public transportation. We will be getting our youth outside by providing a neighborhood park and with recreational opportunities. And we will be addressing the changing demographics. This project directly responds to the city's rapidly growing demographic made up of young families and youth. Gig Harbor has a rapidly changing demographic that underscores the need for park development, and we are aware of some gaps in our park system. Our PROS plan illuminates a gap for amenities for our youth, which, with a growing younger population, has become difficult for our changing community. The city needs to develop an additional 39 acres of parks to accommodate growth to 2030. There are 0 publicly owned facilities in our newly developed neighborhoods. And while most of our community is within half a mile of a trail, they are not within half a mile of a park. The scope of this project directly addresses our public needs. The new pickleball spot will provide a new playground for 2 to 5-year-olds and 5 to 12-year-olds, new sports courts to help ease the community's high demand, a sheltered stage area for community performances and use, a flexible open lawn space for picnicking, gathering, socializing, and relaxing, equitable recreational opportunities that serve the current and future needs of a rapidly growing community, activities for all generations to enjoy together, and most importantly, this development provides ADA access, and nothing will be limiting. The plan is showing construction of phase 1, which includes the previously RCO YAF grant funded project and also our proposed pickleball spot project. We continue to be focused on implementing this master plan vision. The location of our project is what sets it apart. The Gig Harbor North area has been growing, and projects are currently underway that will result in the pickleball spot being one of the most utilized parks in our system. With an elementary school across the street, synthetic turfs adjacent, 20,000 YMCA members that frequent the Tom Taylor YMCA, newly developed and developing residential houses, and a nearby retirement center, not to mention the commercial hub along Borgen Boulevard, which is serviced by the iconic Pierce Transit trolley in the summer months. All of these are connected through a variety of trail types and sidewalks. The ingredients are here to make this facility the cornerstone of our park system. The 6 top-of-the-line pickleball courts with a design life of 20 years with coated fencing and benches are proposed to be provided. The bocce ball courts will feature crushed oyster shell surfacing that picks up on Gig Harbor's maritime character. It is locally sourced and considered to be one of the best playing surfaces. The 8,000 square foot accessible playground features an area for 2 to 5-year-olds and 5 to 12-year-olds for play opportunities, safety fencing along the south side, engineered wood fiber surfacing, and generous number of picnic tables to promote surveillance and social interaction. Our desire is that this park becomes known for inclusion. Any person, regardless of their abilities, can make use of every element of the park, whether that's bocce ball, pickleball, playground, or the event stage, all of it. The performance canopy and stage creates the opportunity for festive community events and a place to gather, socialize, play, entertain, relax, and perhaps watch Gig Harbor Has Talent. The cost estimate was prepared using the accuracy of design survey in AutoCAD and includes taxes, contingencies, and escalation. 100% of the RCO grant-funded projects prepared by our landscape architect have been constructed within the original cost estimate that accompanied the grant funding request. Gig Harbor has prioritized non-motorized transportation for its community. Because of this, the city has invested millions of dollars in trail infrastructure, and the majority of residents live no more than half a mile away from a trail. The trail network is integral to connecting the community with public amenities. The most relevant sustainability impacts for our project include the following: providing a place for accessible, healthy physical activity, an intergenerational space, connected to non-motorized and multimodal trail system, and sustainable design and sourcing of sustainable products wherever necessary. In May of 2020, our City Council unanimously passed a resolution authorizing 2 grant applications, one for Land and Water Conservation Fund and the other for WWRP Local Parks for this specific project. The city has committed matching funds from the Hospital Benefit Zone Fund. The public master planning process for the sports complex has been thorough, robust, and well attended. The recreational opportunities provided in the site development plan have been vetted by the public, user groups, and through city planning documents. Several public meetings were held, the public comment, written surveys, and email comments were gathered and recorded, and this plan reflects the public's desires and needs. To date, we have 16 letters of support from various community organizations that fully support the need for a new park in our rapidly growing community. The project is supported for many reasons, including that it provides a safe neighborhood playground for 2 to 12-year-olds for physical activity. It expands intergenerational athletic and recreational opportunities, and it develops an inclusive project. This site is primed for becoming a successful community hub and requires no additional land acquisition. The YMCA has partnered with the city and will be performing mass clearing and grading of the site, a value of about $90,000. The Y will also construct the restrooms and concession stand that is associated with the Lit Fields project. I appreciate everyone taking the time to listen to our plans for the Picklebow spot. I'm happy to take any recommendations that you may have that could strengthen our project.
Great, thank you, Nicole, appreciate that. Comments from the committee? It was just about exactly 12 minutes, by the way, so nice job on your timing. All right, there's a hand. Franna, go ahead.
Really great presentation. Overall, I think it flowed well and you hit all the key points very clearly. There were a couple of slides where I felt like you had a longer script and stayed on one slide. And so making that a little more dynamic to break down the information into multiple slides might help with the pacing. And then the other thing that I noted was, so you mentioned the contribution from the YMCA for clearing and grading, and that's not reflected as sponsor match in PRISM. So it'd be good to marry those two up and make sure that that's consistent.
Great, thank you for that feedback.
Thanks, Franna. Nikki, go ahead. You're muted.
Sorry.
No problem.
On your sustainability question, you said, I believe, sustainable design and sourcing of sustainable products wherever necessary. And that doesn't really tell me anything about whether you'll be using any of those. I think you need to decide what you're going to be doing for sustainable design and sustainable products, and then tell us about that versus a vague statement that I couldn't give points based upon something as vague as that, I feel like.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Nikki. That'll help, like she said, at evaluation, because in September, the committee will need to be scoring these projects, and so they'll need to hear definitively, what it is you're doing. So, all right, other thoughts, questions? Not seeing anything. There's another hand. Kitty, go ahead.
Yeah, one final point. Thank you. It was very thorough, and the growth rate in that area brings me stress. So I'm glad that you guys have such vision to make sure the community has what it needs here with these kinds of amenities. One question I have, I think on some of your maps, and I didn't catch the slide, there was one that kind of zoomed out and showed the potential future development around the site. And I think I saw a little yellow dotted area for a school, planned school. And I don't know if that's high school or elementary or what, but I was thinking that, again, kind of this site within the context of the immediate surrounding area, yeah, right across the street. Just making a nod to that. I think that's just an opportunity to kind of, again, lean more into how the community will use this space or potential use of this entire complex. And again, I apologize if you did actually have that as a talking point, but it's something that just jumped out at me when I saw that aerial map, and an opportunity to tell that story a little bit.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kitty. Dave, go ahead.
Thanks, Nicole. Nice presentation. A couple just super minor things, or maybe just one minor thing. It would be helpful for us when you go from, say, criteria 4 project design onto criteria 5 sustainability to let us know you're moving there. Just if we're looking down at our sheet and scoring and writing stuff down, it just helps us track along with you to know. I really liked your slides 15 through 17. I thought those were awesome. So good job. And your graphics were great.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Any final questions or comments for Gig Harbor?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrea.
Just real quick. I don't have a copy of the map of the park, but I was just looking for that. Was that in the slide that showed the entire recreation area and in relation to the YMCA facilities?
Yeah, maybe this one here. There's another one zoomed out. And Andrea, we can get you
okay,
more information too.
Okay, right. So thank you. That's
So
all.
that'll help with the, I know you're looking at like project boundaries and stuff for long-term compliance. Here, maybe this helps. I think it's this blue is the existing or current construction, and then the pink is the new proposed. And over here is YMCA.
And they're, and okay. So it was not up within the boundary, the Y.
Yeah, correct. That'd be like private. Yeah, private
Who's
property.
managing the site that says existing ball field? Are those connected to the same jurisdiction?
Yeah, so the existing Little League field is a city-owned property. And then where it says nature trails, maybe what would be helpful if we showed like the larger plans going into the future, but the nature trails will also be transitioned to sports fields as well. So the city owns the Little League, the nature trails, the pink and blue boxes, and it's just adjacent to the Tom Taylor YMCA.
Okay, so those are actually, it's really all the same park.
Correct, yeah, it'll be an overall sports complex owned by the city.
Okay, all right, so that's what we needed to make sure. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Dave, do you have something else, or maybe your hand's just still up? No, all right, I don't see any other hands, so great. Well, thank you very much, Nicole, appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks everyone for your time. Have a great day.
All right, thanks. Okay, we're gonna move to the city of Lakewood. And it looks like Mary is here. Are you presenting, Mary?
Yes, I am.
Good morning. There you are. All right, I'm going to hand over controls to you. Click on the screen a couple times to get so it's activated for you.
Yeah.
There it goes.
My arrow work. Okay, perfect.
All right. Okay, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Great, thank you so much. Good morning. I'm Mary Dodsworth from the City of Lakewood to share with you our plans to make improvements at Wards Lake Park. This slide shows you the project area outlined in red, and this project will expand and improve critical wetland areas, provide new active play amenities at a 1 mile ADA accessible trail, which will create greater connectivity throughout the park and nearby trail corridors. By completing this project, Wards Lake Park will be a phenomenal community asset, providing a great place where residents can play, exercise, gather, and enjoy the outdoors. So where is Lakewood? Lakewood's a city of 60,000 people located in Western Washington between Seattle and Olympia. The city of Lakewood is surrounded by the cities of Tacoma, University Place, and Steilacoom, as well as areas of unincorporated Pierce County. We are located along the I-5 corridor and adjacent to Camp Murray and Joint Base Lewis-McChord. Wards Lake Park is located in the northeast section of Lakewood and identified on this map by the red star. Question 1, project need. Here's another view of Wards Lake Park on a map showing in green the other park locations in Lakewood. This site serves as one of our older residential areas, as well as near Lakewood's International District community, which is the area outlined in red, in the red box. The next closest park is well over 2 miles away and would require travel along a major thoroughfare that lacks sidewalks, requires crossing a major arterial, an active at-grade railroad track, and if they want to go the other direction, they can leave Lakewood, cross over I-5, and enter another city's park system. With this in mind, this project aims to improve access to a quality, safe park and open space experience in the neighborhood that they live in so that they can get there without having to use a vehicle. When the city incorporated 23 years ago, the city was 95% built out, and there was literally no open space in this area. The city has been developing this park for over 20 years, literally purchasing one parcel at a time. We knew it back then, and we know it now. This neighborhood needs free and accessible park and open space opportunities. About 5,000 people live in this neighborhood, and it's one of the most diverse communities in Lakewood. With over 44% of the population persons of color, 34% are Hispanic or Latino, this neighborhood faces significant social, economic, and environmental challenges. Compared to state averages, the area has a lower median income, which means that more people in this area live below the poverty line. There are fewer high school graduates and more people with disabilities. Studies have shown that low-income and minority communities are more frequently located in areas with limited access to quality parks and open spaces, and they also frequently face significant health disparities, which I'm sure contributes to a much higher mortality rate. A current study by the Tacoma-Pierce County Health Department said that based on poverty levels in this area, the people here could live 10 to 20 years less than higher income areas. That's why it's so important to make Wards Lake Park more accessible and safe for this community to gather and play. Here's an aerial view of the park outlined in red again. This area is bordered by I-5 to the southeast, a commercial strip mall development to the northeast, a 5-lane major arterial to the north, an apartment complex, a trailer park, and dense residential areas surrounding the property to the north, south, and west. As noted earlier and in our pros plan, this park is deficient in quality and quantity of park and recreational amenities. Also, having densely forested areas so close to the freeway and commercial areas, there are negative issues affecting the park, illegal dumping along with transient and homeless encampments that pop up in some of the underutilized areas. And finally, with project need, it asks if the proposed improvements meet the goals of other planning documents. This project supports goals in our state SFORT plan, the regional Tacoma-Pierce County Health Department plan, and our local Lake Comp plan, our pros plan, and various strategic plans. And they all say the same thing. We need to provide public access to water, create safe and healthy spaces that are accessible and can meet the changing cultural needs of our community. Question number 2, needs satisfaction and diversity of recreation. This question asks how we'll address the needs that I've just shared with you, as well as the goals outlined in the plans. By updating Wards Lake Park, we will be adding new physical and recreational assets to the park. We will address recreational deficiencies and generate more positive use of the park, which can reduce crime and increase the safety of park users. New opportunities will encourage increased physical activity, which can reduce stress, relieve depression, and reduce obesity rates. Improvements will also allow people of all ages and abilities to get outside and participate, which can help them engage with one another, build cultural awareness, social relationships, and have a greater sense of community. Also, by adding all of these new and unique amenities not found in any other area in our city, we're hoping that we can provide the local residents with a sense of importance and pride, and hopefully they can become good stewards of the whole 27-acre park site. This project would significantly help advance our city's work to make more equitable access to parks by providing individuals close to home quality opportunity to recreate. Certainly individuals from farther away and throughout the region may come to use this park once we make some of these significant improvements, and this can generate economic impact for our city of Lakewood in the sale of goods and services to our nearby commercial areas, and hopefully expose more people to our vibrant international district. Regarding diversity of recreation, and as noted earlier, access on or near the water is a big need in Lakewood. The new improvements will bring people closer to the water and will allow visitors to wade, fish, kayak or canoe, picnic, view nature, explore, take pictures, walk and jog throughout the site. And once we get everyone to the park, we can provide new ways to educate visitors so that they can understand the importance of the natural systems in this area. With signage in various language and utilizing current technology, there's great ways to share this important information. Project design. Let me start by showing you how you get into this park. So this is the current site and this is the main entrance. And so it's a narrow entrance off of this main arterial. And this is our currently developed area. We have a parking lot, playground, restroom, and picnic shelter in this area. Now I'll show you how we're going to design this park to make more use of all of this area. Starting with the main entry area, we're going to enhance the main entry and provide several other pedestrian entry points to the park to make it easier for nearby neighbors to access the park. As you can see, the main entry isn't very prominent or pretty. And so we're going to be, in fact, many people drive by this area and don't even know that it's a city park. We're going to change that to include a new entry sign. We're going to wrap art on those ugly utility boxes. We're going to improve pedestrian access across the street near the neighborhood areas. We're going to add new fencing and landscaping to keep, to make it prettier, as well as to be a good neighbor, and then ultimately keeping vehicles out of sensitive areas when they get into the park. A new special feature that we're planning to build is a paved pump track, and we don't have anything like this in Lakewood or in our region. We're going to put it close to the parking lot for easy access, and it will provide something unique and special for this neighborhood, as well as attract new visitors to the park. This slide shows you where we're going to have a paved loop trail. Our surveys have shown us that people like a loop trail system. This 1 mile trail will be ADA accessible and will include a bridge over the water, bird blinds for wildlife viewing, and other interpretive measures along the way. A new 3-acre fenced dog park will keep off-leash animals from damaging the vegetation and the wildlife throughout the park, and will also create a new way for the community to meet and socialize. Also, we'll do a lot of work in our forested and natural areas, using crime prevention through environmental design techniques, step 10. We will remove invasive plants, we're going to limb up trees, plant native vegetation, enhance the area wetlands, restore oak prairie habitat, and create soft surface trails throughout the park and connecting to the neighborhoods to the west. Here is an overview of our site plan. Number 5, sustainability. Wards Lake Park consists of several biomes. A conifer forest to the south and on the west side of the park provides benefit to our community by providing an important tree canopy, which is lacking throughout our city. These trees produce oxygen and intercept airborne particles, act as a natural air conditioner, and filter and retain water. We will reconfigure the existing trails, removing invasive species and trimming up the trees to provide clear circulation consistent with these principles, which will improve safety and security at the park, as well as encourage recreational opportunities in the form of walking, hiking, running, and climbing. Wards Lake Park is also a freshwater pond with 2 freshwater forested scrub wetlands that together total about 10 acres. In addition to providing important habitat for birds, fish, and amphibians, wetlands improve water quality, provide stormwater and floodwater storage and conveyance. Wards Lake takes in stormwater from city streets and Interstate 5. It flows through county gravel pits and to holding tanks, and ultimately goes to the headwater of Fleck Creek. This project plans to maintain and enhance the biological and physical functions and values of the wetlands at Wards Lake Park. An oak prairie on the north side of the park. Oak prairies have been dramatically reduced in the Pacific Northwest, and oak prairies are sacred in the city of Lakewood. Oak trees are sacred in our city. These oaks provide vital habitat to wildlife, including many priority and endangered species. The city plans to preserve, restore, and maintain the existing oak prairies by adding habitat that will increase use by pollinator insects, migratory birds, and other wildlife. Also, through well-designed trails, bridges, boardwalks, viewpoints, and interpretive signage, this project will enhance the existing natural environment while minimizing any disturbance that humans have on the environment. The new 1 mile long ADA path and various soft surface trails will allow users to access all areas of the park. This is a great visual to show you how the improvements that we'll be making here at Wards Lake Park will allow folks from all over the area to access an urban trail system that they might not know even exists. Using the park trails, they can access into the park a new safety crossing here using sidewalks and other established countywide trails. We will be able to get people to be able to utilize this whole trail system without ever having to get into a vehicle. Number 6, community support. We were fortunate that at the time we were planning this in developing the Wards Lake Master Plan, we were also coordinating our PROS plan update. We call it the Legacy Plan. The city spent over a year engaging community members through open houses, focus groups, stakeholder meetings, surveys, and pop-up events. For Wards Lake, we had an on-site open house, we did a bird walk, and we provided a pop-up event at the Asian market in our international district. An interpreter participated to make sure we were opening up communication and ensuring that all feedback was captured. And in total, the city's engagement efforts resulted in over 1,300 unique comments from 937 community members. Here's a few letters of support, and this is the cover of our legacy plan, which is full of information and documents, and it generated a lot of community support. Number 7, cost efficiencies. The City of Lakewood has a culture of collaboration and partnerships. By taking advantage of other projects occurring in the area, we can coordinate work to get a bigger bang for our park buck. Examples include working with our Public Works Department to add this pedestrian access and safety, a signalized crosswalk at our main entry to the park. We're working with the City of Tacoma to benefit from their stormwater improvements and to make sure their efforts support our park access and restoration plans. We host conservation core projects throughout the park, and we have work projects to make ongoing site support. The city firmly believes that this project will be a community catalyst, encouraging neighborhood revitalization and social connections, foster economic development, create mobility, and empower low-income populations to make healthy choices. We hope you're as excited about this project as our community is, and we'll help make this a reality. I just wanted to add one more thing. There may be some questions regarding our budget. I know that we have many grants that are showing match. I just want to let you know that the city is committed to making this project happen. And my job as director is to try and find as many alternate resources to support this project. So we are applying for several grants, but regardless of the outcome of those grants, the city is committed to making this project happen. Any questions?
Great, thank you, Mary. It looks like Kevin has a question.
Hey, yeah, thanks, Mary. When I reviewed this project for the LWCF Legacy Grant proposal, I had some questions about the interaction with the other trails that you answered in this presentation. So thank you for that.
Okay.
Slide 23 was good to see that had that on it. The question I have is, yeah, that one. I'm a little confused about the phases. The prison description mentions phase 1, which implies there's at least a phase 2. And then you talked about an awful lot of things that were going to happen in around slides, maybe 18 and 19 or something like that. And I just was not clear about if all those things that you kind of went through, are those all part of phase 1, or are they phase 1 as a piece of that and those are phases, later phases, or what? But at any rate, at least if those are all phase 1, at least somewhere along the way indicate what might happen in phase 2 or later.
Sure. Just real quick to follow up on that, I appreciate that because it does say phase 1 in the title and that could be confusing. All of the things that we're sharing today are part of phase 1. Phase 2 would be, you can see this is a property line by the strip mall. Phase 2 would be looking at purchasing this land along this area and then and doing more restoration work in the park, like throughout the area. And then phase 3 is looking at our entry point. We know that the playground and the restroom in this area is 15 plus years old. We know in 5 years or so, we'll need to make some improvements. And so based on the active uses in this area, we would look at possibly changing or increasing the parking lot. And then of course, we know we're gonna need to update the playground, et cetera. So that would be just knowing that 5 to 10 years from now, we're going to have to, make some of those improvements there. But everything in this project is phase 1. So thank you. I'll clarify that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Jennifer, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Jennifer.
So just a couple things. The criteria, if you might just go back through and check the criteria notes with the numbers. So criteria 1 and 2 both discuss need. But I thought that maybe some of the criteria 2 items were in your presentation under number 1. So maybe just double check, just as we're rating these in September, it's a lot easier when you're grading them to be a little more exact with what goes where. And then can you go to slide 5?
Yep.
What was the red outline, the solid red line?
The box is our international district. So that's the area that's in our area. It's so a lot of the folks that have businesses in that area live in this area. So a lot of them are small business, minority owned businesses.
Okay, maybe add that to the legend.
Okay.
Or just title it if it's easier, just title it really well. And then let's see, on slide, can you go to slide 12? So on this one, I think the idea was to put you described what's currently there and then the new stuff that's going in, but it's kind of too much in my opinion on one slide. So I would do away with the new stuff and have a better picture of what's actually there. You described it to us, but I thought maybe I would replace the second map with kind of a closer view of what's existing, just so we have a better. And that's all I had. Other than that, great job.
Thanks, Jennifer. Nikki, go ahead.
Yeah, you talked quite a bit actually about the natural resources here and how special the oaks are and how important the forest is. But it looks like from the plan, you're putting a dog park right in the middle of that. And I'm wondering about the compatibility between off-leash dogs and these natural areas that you're trying to preserve.
Yeah, so the dog park, when we were doing our planning and community, there was just a lot of off-leash dogs all over the 27 acres. And so the idea was to contain them in one area. It would be a fenced area, so they wouldn't be interacting in our more natural areas. And so the oak areas would be protected. The natural areas that we have would be protected. It's really kind of an open space. So maybe we could show that in a better way to show that it's kind of an already just open disturbed area. And, and the purpose is to keep them located in one area and contained versus just running amok and damaging wildlife. So
thanks.
All right, thank you. Franna and then Kitty.
Thanks. Overall, I think you had a jam-packed script with a lot of good information in it. And I think there were a couple slides where it was just a little bit too much. You sat on one slide for a really long time. Even all the information is there. I think maybe breaking it up a little bit and making it more dynamic by adding a few slides and keep the pacing going would help spoon feed us the information a little bit better. I like your discussion of the health indicators and how that creates, how that interacts with the park space and what you're trying to achieve and the dynamic with establishing need. I feel like on some of these facilities, you get into the information in project design, but you never made the case for need. So the dog park, the pump track, you say not until project design. You mentioned that would be the only pump track in the area. So you might consider doing some sort of inventory map or some other way of establishing that there's a deficit. And then, when you get to need satisfaction, it is where you talk about, okay, now we're putting it in, and that makes up for the deficit. Same with the dog park. Are there other dog parks around? It'd be good for us to know that there's a deficiency there that this is addressing. And then with the efficiencies, you mentioned volunteers, and I'm wondering if there's a way, if they will be involved in any of like the habitat restoration or things that you're doing for this actual project implementation, it would behoove you to try to give an estimate of volunteer hours and capture that as a match, because that's how you'll get credit for the cost efficiency section when we score it.
Good, thanks, Franna. Kitty, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Mary. And again, it was helpful to hear more about this after reviewing the other application. I guess one question I had, and I think looking at various maps, I see that public access is noted differently across maps, but I think you mentioned how important connectivity to the neighborhoods is. And so it'd be helpful to have that noted exactly where those access points will be, even informal ones from the community. And I think I think you have a couple in the conceptual design. You have trails that are kind of heading out into the nearby residential area. I guess that's to the south. But it'd just be great to know, again, how people can enter this site surrounding from the surrounding neighborhoods. And then I thought your point about looking at the public education as a really great opportunity. I guess given the demographics that you walked us through, I think that there's an opportunity there to highlight potentially an opportunity to kind of communicate in multiple languages. I don't know if that is the intent of the city to make sure that, again, given the demographics of the surrounding community, if your signage and plans will cater to non-English audiences, but if so, that'd be really helpful to call out and feature, since you do in this application and in the legacy application, really you highlight the international district and the demographics and ethnic and racial mix of this community, but I don't necessarily see it showing up within the design and the potential features of the park. So in terms of meeting that, meeting the multiple needs of the community. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. I don't see any more hands. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Have a great
Alrighty.
weekend. Appreciate the feedback.
All right, we are moving to Key Pen. And it looks like Christina is here. Are you presenting, Christina?
Here.
Excellent. Hello.
Hi.
I'm going to pass the control over to you. There you are. All right, click on the screen a couple times to see if that activates your control. Yeah, looks like you're moving it.
Am I?
I saw the mouse move. Can you advance the slide?
Oh,
there it goes. Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Now
Okay.
back. All right, we'll go right ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Christina Halleck with Key Penn Parks. And also joining me online is Ed Robeson, Key Penn Parks Board of Commissioners President. I'm here today to present the Key Central Forest Parking Project, which also includes restrooms. There we go. Key Central Forest is located on the Key Peninsula, which is part of the Greater Gig Harbor area in Northwest Pierce County. The Key Peninsula lies to the west of Tacoma and is nestled north of Olympia and south of Bremerton, right on the Pierce County-Kitsap County line. The entire 16-mile long Key Peninsula is served by Key Penn Parks. Key Central Forest is about 9.5 miles away from Highway 16. The Key Central Forest parking is a relatively simple project. However, it is a highly needed one. In 2012, Key Penn Parks purchased a 4.89 acre property with money from its capital budget with the goal to provide safe and direct access to a 480 acre parcel of DNR property newly leased to Key Penn Parks for 50 years. The 480 acre property was later named Key Central Forest. The smaller Key Penn Parks owned property is approximately 166 feet by 1,293 feet in a near perfect rectangle. It connects a main road, Wright Bliss Road, with the inner gate of the DNR property. Key Central Forest is relatively flat acreage with beautiful forests that support a wide array of native plant and animal life. There is a simple network of circular trails that support hiking, mountain biking, and horse ridership. Most visitors to Key Central Forest opt to park outside the gate just off Wright Bliss Road. This space is limited to 2 to 3 cars and is often full, with visitors parking on the fire lane as well. Inside the gate and a short drive down the road is additional parking. There is a sign on the gate which states visitors simply need to call the park office to receive the gate code. However, few people do. The gate is closed to deter garbage dumping, which is prevalent in the area. Just inside the gate, you see the parcel is wide and nicely graded. Here you can see the parking area that is closest to the gate on the DNR property line. It does allow for additional parking. However, it is an extremely tight turnaround for a truck and trailer, and it takes a very skilled driver to navigate a turnaround. Here's another view of the inside parking area, looking back toward Wright Bliss Road. The property was surveyed in June 2017 and found to be appropriate for the usage of this parking lot project. The parking lot design is for 6 trailer parking stalls, 6 single vehicle stalls, including an ADA stall, a pit toilet facility, and a retention pond. This illustration shows the approximate location and size of the proposed parking facility and restrooms. This parking will also support the access and turnaround of larger vehicles like school buses and emergency response vehicles. The restroom facility will be a pit toilet design that gets pumped out periodically. Here you see similar toilet facilities that we have at 2 of our other parks. There are several reasons why this parking lot and restroom facility are greatly needed for the citizens of the Key Peninsula and beyond to enjoy Key Central Forest. Trailer user groups need an additional option on the Key Peninsula. The construction of numerous specialty mountain biking trails has made 360 Trails at Gateway Park an extremely popular riding destination with the mountain biking community. 360 Trails is a 360-acre DNR property adjacent to the regional Gateway Park and also on a 50-year lease to Key Penn Parks. It is about 6 miles to the northeast of Key Central Forest. 360 Trails draws visitors daily from across Tacoma Narrows Bridge, as well as from the northernmost reaches of Kitsap County and beyond. It has reached a saturation point for daily use, especially on the weekends. Oftentimes, the trailer parking stalls are occupied by single vehicles. A parking lot will open Key Central Forest to citizens with disabilities. The passive recreation sites noted here as orange squares and yellow triangles either do not have any ADA accessible parking, do not have any trails, and or are state parks with daily usage fees. The relative flatness of Key Central Forest is an ideal place to stroll for the disabled and elderly populations on the Key Peninsula, which is above the state average. 360 Trails at Gateway Park is very hilly and challenging for the disabled and some elderly to use. Emergency response access is needed at Key Central Forest. For the roadside parking, when the fire lane is blocked, which it often is, emergency response vehicles are unable to access Key Central Forest if needed. A safer trailer accessible destination is needed on the Key Peninsula. Gateway Park / 360 Trails has one ingress/egress and is located on a busy section of highway. The speed limit of 45 miles per hour makes it difficult for drivers to turn left. Limited visibility from the south, a tight turn and a hill which prevents visibility down the highway also makes turning left a challenge, especially during the late afternoon, evening commute, and especially for trucks pulling trailers. The ingress/egress off Wright Bliss Road is significantly less traveled and less hazardous. Parking and restroom facilities at Key Central Forest will support all kinds of passive trail enjoyment, including hiking, biking, and equine usage. The capability to park and turn buses around will also make Key Central Forest a great and safe destination for K-12 environmental education purposes. The need for parking at Key Central Forest is clearly outlined in Key Penn Park's comprehensive plan, including plan and develop a park in the 98329 zip code to accommodate both cars and trailers. That would be Key Central Forest. This is a beautiful and pristine piece of property that should be enjoyed by more citizens than parking can currently accommodate. It needs to change from a local park to a regional park. The parking and restroom facilities will also create an environmental stewardship component to Key Central Forest. Designated parking will prevent visitors from parking on sensitive vegetation, thus reducing environmental impact. And restroom facilities will prevent visitors from leaving toilet paper in the woods, which has been a problem recently. The Key Peninsula community hopes RCO will consider the Key Central Forest parking lot for funding. Thank you so much for your consideration. And questions?
All right, thank you, Christina.
Thanks.
When you revise this and come back in September, you want to make sure you get the latest evaluation criteria from the manual, and your grant manager, Beth, can help you out with that. And then it also really, it'll help to label each slide, not just with the name of the criteria, but the numbers, like 1, need, and 2, need satisfaction. And then there's a couple at the end, community support and cost efficiencies that you didn't address, which is okay. It's just technical review, so it's okay. But when you want to make sure you get the most points you possibly can when the committee's scoring you in September. So be sure to get that into your presentation. So I just wanted to point that out, and then we'll turn it over to the committee here. Dave, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, thanks, Christina. Thanks, Carl. Just a couple of things. I know, echoing Carl's comments there too. On the presentation itself, you'll want to make sure that you present it in order of the criteria too. So we had a little hard time following because you kind of jumped into design right away and then jumped back to need. So just make sure that you follow those in order as you go along. A couple of the slides, you talked about how full the parking lot was and how busy it is, but the only photos you had of that were of empty parking lots. So if you could go out there when it is a full day and maybe get some pictures, that would be helpful to sell your story. And then a couple of slides just for me weren't effective. They were just kind of empty slides, and that was 23 and 15. So maybe find something different on that and populate it. And that's all I had.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Dave. Other thoughts from the committee? Franna, go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like you have a lot of the information that you need in your script, and it just needs to be rearranged a little bit. Like some of the things at the beginning that you were presenting under the auspices of design are actually the things that help you make your case for need. It would be helpful to know if you have any ways of presenting like the number of visitors, or between now and September, if you can go out and you know, do a couple of checks of how many cars are parked along the you know, creating congestion and unsafe conditions parked along the road shoulder, to give us an idea of the scale.
Okay.
And you know, if you say one of the goals of this project is to meet pent up demand and kind of shift it, you know, to shift it from one facility to another, or maybe not shift it, but just address pent up demand for a facility by increasing access. Yeah, I think we need to have more sense of numbers attached to that, and how you know that that is a problem, and how you know that people will come here if there is better access. I think that was it. Oh, and slide 6 for me was really confusing. I think it was some sort of map or graphic, and I was just sort of wasn't exactly sure what I was looking at or what I was supposed to take away from it.
Okay.
Thanks, Franna. Yeah, and you have between now and September to create your next PowerPoint. So you have the summer basically get out and get some pictures, like they said, of, you know, the parking lots overflowing, or people parking on the street, or whatever's going on that you need to resolve here. Kevin, go ahead, and then Kitty.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to follow up on both things Franna talked about. I also had a note about slide 6. When you were talking, you said something about circular trails, and I was trying to, in my mind, align that with what I was seeing, which were these kind of linear dead-ending black things. So I don't know whether that was trails or what, but a map that actually showed the trails, or you know, and maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's more complex or more social trails or whatever, but that would have been helpful for me there. I got sort of a little mentally stuck there. My second comment again relates to the quantity of use, and it seems you know, part of my take is that okay, you guys are trying to take some of the pressure off the site to the north by enhancing the use here, and but it didn't really look to me in the design, and maybe that's just because of the graphics or whatever, that there were really that many parking places going to be defined here. Can you maybe either, I don't know that you need to speak to that right now, but I just sort of said like, well, that looks like to me like there's, maybe you said there's, you know, 6 pull-through spaces and then some regular parking spaces or something like that, but it didn't look like, I just kind of felt like it wasn't a lot of parking spaces, that you really couldn't accommodate that much more demand. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Kitty, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Helpful to see and agree with some of the feedback shared so far. I think that there were, I guess in response to kind of understanding demand, kind of build on that comment, I guess it'd be really wonderful to maybe add some letters of support to the application. I mean, I know you mentioned mountain bikers and equestrians in particular, and I think that having some their support in their words of why this is essential would be really helpful to hear that kind of stakeholder perspective. So that's one opportunity. And then there was a portion of your presentation where you talked about ADA accessibility, and it was a little confusing because you were, and it might just need to be kind of streamlining the talking points where you were talking about really lack of ADA accessibility, ADA accessible sites in the area. But then you, I think, maybe continued on and talked about kind of how rugged and everything the trail network was. And to me, that was just a little bit confusing. I didn't understand that if, say, you were in a wheelchair and you wanted to come to this site, is there actually a trail network that's appropriate for you here to access? So I was a little confused on that talking point. And if there truly isn't, if this is just going to be very limited or an opportunity to, I just think you just need to kind of clarify that more, because I didn't get a sense of the condition of the trail network that this site actually accesses. It didn't, from your description, didn't sound like if you were in a wheelchair or had other mobility issues that it would necessarily be the site for you. So that would be helpful to understand. Yeah, and then finally, I thought it was really good that you mentioned the emergency response needs. And again, from a letter of support or a numbers perspective, perhaps that could also be a really strong addition for this application. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kitty. Anything else from the committee? Don't see any more hands at the moment. All right, looks like that might be about it. All right, well, thank you, Christina. And just so you know, you only used about 8.5 minutes, so you do have more time. You have up to 12 minutes. So you definitely have time to add some slides and get the other criteria in there, get out and get some pictures. I thought that last comment was a good one about, it's a pretty simple project. It's parking and restrooms, but what is the experience that you're helping people get to? So what are the trails like? And, so some pictures out on the trails, maybe you have some dedicated mountain bike or dedicated equestrian or mixed, whatever it is, tell the story of the recreational experience there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, looks like we are moving on to Othello. And who do we have presenting? I know Bob is here. Bob, I don't know if Bob's presenting or if there's someone else here from Othello presenting this one.
Yeah, it's Mayor Sean Logan.
Okay, great. Welcome. I'm going to, there you are, find you. All right, click on the screen and see if you can get control to advance your slides. There we go. All right.
Okay. Is there any way to turn on my camera?
There is. If you'd like to do that in your toolbar. Oops, sorry, I just moved my mouse. But
should see a problem.
What, can you do it for him? Or? Oh, okay. Yeah, in your toolbar where you can mute and unmute yourself, there should be a way to turn on your video. There you are.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well, we're getting technologically going here. Thanks.
Yeah. All right, so go right ahead.
Okay, so good morning. I'm Sean Logan, the mayor of the city of Othello. And with me today are Randy Gomez, our park and recreation coordinator, and Bob Droll, our landscape architect. Thank you for this opportunity to present our community's request for a $347,000 LWCF grant. And in this 2020 cycle, we're also requesting a $347,000 WWRP local parks grant for this project. Combined with $50,000 in local match, we will use these funds to develop Pride Rock, a safe, accessible, and appealing destination playground at Lions Park. Now, the city of Othello is in Adams County in southeastern Washington state. It is located 100 miles southwest of Spokane and 180 miles east of Seattle. Lions Park is the largest, most active park within the city of Othello, and we have a population of 8,418 people. The 30-acre park is well located near the middle of town. Now, as someone who grew up in Othello, I want to express the need for this project from my heart. Times are tough. Families now more than ever have limited disposable income, and this is especially true in Othello. We want to give all children in our community a chance to have a productive adult life and all families a place where they can experience equity. But our city has a high poverty level and a large youth population. Unlike in more affluent communities, many Othello children cannot afford preschool or to play select team sports. That's why building Pride Rock Playground is so critical. It will be a cost-free place for recreation where our children will learn important life skills, taking turns, resolving conflicts, winning and losing gracefully. And of course, learning to choose exercise as a healthier option than TV and video games. I believe that Pride Rock Playground is a place where families will come back generation after generation to play where they learn these life lessons. Othello has 4 local parks that total 47 acres: Lions, Kiwanis, Pioneer, and Triangle Parks. Only Lions Park and Kiwanis Park offer playgrounds. Pride Rock Playground will be located at Lions Park in a place of its existing playground, which is installed over a sprawling, inefficiently planned area. Most of its equipment and surfaces are from the 1950s. In fact, I myself have very fond memories of playing on this existing equipment myself. So let that sink in for a minute. Given its age, the equipment fails to meet modern safety regulations and current accessibility standards. The gravel ground surface is unsafe. The existing landscape provides inefficient shade for children and their families in Othello's hot summers. There are no spaces or site furnishings that foster supervision and socializing. Aesthetically, the playground is unappealing and uninviting. Othello has a high poverty level and a young population. Here is data on the children of Othello. According to the 2018 American Community Survey, 33% of Othello's population is ages 14 years old and younger, compared to 19% statewide. The Othello Hospital District reports that 5,000 babies were born in Othello in the last decade and 10,000 babies in the last 2 decades. The 2018 ACS also reports that 35% of Othello's children live in poverty. This is reinforced by Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction data that in the current school year, 92% of Othello students are enrolled in free and reduced lunch. That is 4,798 children. Now, community members who helped develop Othello's 2016 comprehensive plan told the city to develop improvements to existing parks, which makes them more equitable and accessible. Othello's intention is to make outdoor park and recreation available to everybody, as we demonstrate in the next few slides. The Pride Rock Playground project meets all 5 of the priority areas in RCO's 2018 to 2022 Recreation and Conservation Plan. Most relevant are to improve equity and get youth outside. This project improves equity by developing a new playground in an underserved community. And the playground provides appealing and accessible recreation to get youth outside. The SCORP mapping tool shows that the census tract that includes Lion Park has an underserved population in terms of income, ethnicity, and mortality. Here's the SCORP data as a bar chart. The median household income for Othello is $37,500, which is about 56% of the statewide average. Persons of color are 79% of the population compared to the statewide average of 31%. And the mortality rate of 978 well exceeds the statewide average of 683. The public needs section documents clear deficiencies in our current recreational opportunities. These included only 2 park-based playgrounds in Othello, safety and accessibility issues with the current playground, significantly underserved population in terms of age and income. And the scope of this project directly addresses these deficiencies. The new Pride Rock Playground will be designed and constructed to meet modern safety and ADA accessibility standards, serve the 33% of the Othello population that's age 14 and under, provide free recreation to all children, their families and caregivers, including the 35% of children in poverty. And most importantly, this park will provide an inviting, equitable space for families to play or relax. The trees and lawn will provide cooling shade in hot summer weather. This project focuses on only one recreational opportunity, but there are multiple Lions Park improvements we are planning for in our 6 to 8 year phased approach. We are building on a history of investments between RCO and the local community from as far back as 1974 and to as recently as 2018. We want to continue in 2020 and beyond so that we leave Lions Park as a legacy to future generations. The project design transforms an uninviting area into a welcoming space that enhances the current recreation experience, improves safety, and enables accessibility. We are turning a gray spot into a green spot. The 7,000 square foot playground will have new dynamic equipment that will challenge users of all abilities and skill levels. The playground equipment is designed to target 2 age ranges, 2 to 5 and 5 to 12. Benches, picnic tables, and trees around the playground provide areas for parents and caregivers to rest, relax, and socialize while watching their kids. The play equipment was selected to provide diverse play opportunities. The site furnishings and amenities include ADA compliant picnic tables, benches, bike racks, and trash receptacles. The current gravel surface is really hard and unsafe. Pride Rock Playground will instead use engineered wood fiber surfacing that meets ASTM standards and is ADA approved. The old play equipment is dated and no longer compliant with modern safety standards. The new playground will provide accessible and modern equipment for 2 to 5 and 5 to 12-year-old children. This equipment will be compliant with the ASTM standards and Consumer Product Safety Commission recommendations. As designed, the new pathways around the playground exceed the ADA compliance standard of 6 feet. These that we plan are 8 feet wide and can comfortably accommodate 2 passing wheelchairs. An ADA compliant concrete ramp will provide easy access to the playground. Children with disabilities will be able to transfer onto most of the elements, including swings, spinners, slides, and nets. The cost estimate was prepared using the accuracy of a design survey and includes taxes, contingencies, and escalation. Our landscape architect has over 40 years of experience specializing in park design, and fully 100% of their RCO funded projects have been constructed within the grant funding request. The project will improve the ecological function of this park area. Planting 11 new trees will provide shade, and installing lawn instead of gravel will increase pervious surfaces in the playground area by 73%. Stormwater will be kept on site. In addition, the trees and lawn will sequester 3,000 pounds of CO2 annually. This helps in reducing carbon emissions that negatively impact global warming. We estimate that 80% of project labor and materials will be locally sourced. OFM tells us that according to the Washington Input-Output Economic Model, 8 jobs will be created over the course of this $744,000 construction project like this. These are jobs in construction, playground, and landscape materials, local retailers, and other businesses. Keeping the stormwater on site, increased tree canopy, and carbon sequestration will all benefit public service costs. The site furnishings and play equipment are durable, long-lasting, and made up of between 30 to 100% recycled materials. And as a result, the project's lifespan will be long and future maintenance costs will be reduced. Pride Rock Playground will clearly promote opportunities for physical activity and social and cultural connections in Othello. Othello is a highly walkable community, and Lions Park is accessible from all areas of the city. Again, I want to emphasize the positive social impact a free, state-of-the-art, inclusive, sustainable, and safe playground will have on Othello's underserved children and their families. The Othello community is excited for the development of this new playground. In May of 2020, our city council unanimously passed a resolution authorizing grant applications to WWRP local parks and the Land and Water Conservation Fund for this project. The city has committed $50,000 from its Park and Rec reserves as matching funds. Many private companies in Othello have committed support, and as well as our full legislative delegation have expressed written support. The project is supported for many reasons, including improving children's health and well-being, enhancing the community's quality of life and family engagement, benefiting underserved children, creating a whole new reason to visit Lions Park, and to continue to build on past investments at Lions Park. The Lions Park property has been in city ownership since 1930. Development of Lions Park largely began in 1975 through a generous investment by the IAC in partnership with the city. This project requires no additional land acquisition. Another cost benefit for developing at Lions Park is that the restrooms, picnic shelters, and parking lot already exist. Not having to develop these support functions saves a huge amount of money. And the city already has a grounds maintenance staff dedicated solely to Lions Park. No additional staffing cost is required by this project. So our goal is to raise at least $4,000 in private donations for the project. We have raised $750 so far, which was pledged by the Columbia Basin Health Association, and we are still actively soliciting funds. I want to thank the board, the LWCF board, and that includes our presentation today. We welcome any recommendations to help strengthen our project. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Sean. Jennifer, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi there. I thought your presentation was very heartfelt, and I really like that, Mayor. That's a nice touch and pretty cool that you played there as a child and are able to advocate for your community in that way. So I wanted to commend you for that. I was curious if you had considered like pour in place or tile for the surfacing to make it even more accessible, or is it a cost issue or?
Yeah, we actually had that discussion after we presented Monday to WWRP. And I think we are going to come back and put a surface, a more accessible surface rather than the wood surface. Is that what you're talking about, Jennifer?
Yeah, and then I saw in slide 28, there was a picture at the very end there of the other type of surfacing, like either a pour in place or a tile. On that picture.
Pour in. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, pour in. Yeah, that's what we talked about. A pour in surface would be better than a wood fiber surface. And so I think that was a conclusion that we came from our last presentation, that's the direction we want to go.
Okay, so then you would just update this one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for the increased cost.
Yeah. Okay. Just curious because I saw the two different pictures, but you talked about the other type. So yeah, I mean, if you can swing it, it's better for access, but I know it's more expensive. So and then slide 11, I thought was a little too much. You talked about the demographics, but then on the next slide, you kind of zip through this one. And on the next slide, that one was good. It showed the demographics. So I wasn't sure the purpose of slide 11, or maybe just make it less busy. And then I have a question, and maybe the rest of the panel can help out with this, but regarding carbon sequestration, is there a standard that's out there? You say how many pounds of carbon is sequestered, but I'm not sure if everyone understands what that actually means. I know that it's good, but I guess I'll ask my colleagues that question and leave it at that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah, I wish I could help out a little more with that. Our question doesn't address that specifically. It's sort of broad, so whatever sort of sustainability elements you can bring is a good thing. It is helpful, Sean, maybe to do a comparison, so many pounds equals, heating one single family home for a year or something, so there's some comparison that people can understand, or driving a car for 10,000 miles or, something like that. Nikki, go ahead.
Yeah, so I thought your response to the sustainability question was maybe the best one I've seen so far, because you actually use numbers and real information versus just a general kind of, yes, we're going to do green things here kind of statement. So that was really good to see.
Thank you, Nikki.
The only thing I would say is that you just had basically one slide with a list of what you were going to be doing there, but some of them were about the materials you'll use. And so maybe you could have multiple slides that show examples of what it is you're talking about on some of those points there. I think it's the slide after this. Yeah. So you're talking about site furnishings and the kind of materials it's made out of. That could be a picture of the kind of site furnishings you're talking about, for example. I agree on the point earlier about slide 11. There was just too much for me to figure out what that one was about on the slide. So either simplify the slide or spend more time on it so that we can understand it better. And then you talked at the end in your cost efficiencies about some private support you've been receiving. In the community support, you had a list of companies that support the project. And then in cost efficiencies, you talked about a $750 donation that you've received so far. But there are no private donations that are shown in your match right now in PRISM. And the scoring on this question really relates to non-governmental investment in the project or efficiencies from non-governmental sources. So I really think that those donations are going to be important for you. So please make sure that whatever you get is identified in your match.
Yeah, we're working on that as we speak. There is a lot of community support, but we need to translate that into not just expressing the support, but also donations.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Good project.
Thanks. Yeah, and what Nikki's saying is there's on that page in your application, there's a match category you can select that says donation, and your grant manager can help you out if you need. But yeah, we definitely want to, whatever you have and can get in there, that's going to help get you the maximum number of points we can get. Franna and then Kitty.
Thanks. Yeah, I think you did a great job laying out the case in terms of the kids, how that relates to your overall population. I think you jam-packed a lot of those stats into one slide. I think it was slide 8. So consider simplifying that, or maybe making a couple of slides out of that, but you had all of the information in there. It was just jam-packed. And I appreciate that you gave us a bigger vision for the overall park, and kind of that, phased of where you see things going in the future. That really helps create a holistic picture of what you're trying to do there as part of your needs satisfaction as well. And then reflecting the information about the cost efficiencies and the donations. I would say if you said that you set a goal of 4,000, come September, even if you haven't achieved that yet, I think you should still, if that is still your goal, have that in PRISM, and then tell us what your game plan is to get there. So even if you're still at 750 by September, what is the game plan? What is your fundraising game plan to get you to the 4,000? It's okay that you don't have it all in hand by September. So just want to reinforce that point.
Thank you, Franna.
All right, thanks. Kitty and then Mark.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Logan. I I think one thing that was most powerful for this presentation was certainly your images of the existing playground. And the fact that it's from the 1950s, I do hope you can get this funding as soon as possible to meet the needs of your current community. But that was really helpful. And I also appreciated the aerial shots that kind of showed it within the context of the community. And then to Franna's last point, sort of the phased development and vision of this entire facility looks like something that'll become an incredible community asset. I think the one opportunity, and I don't know the flexibility that you might have. I think you mentioned, or I call it urban heat, but I know you're in a rural community. But the potential for heat mitigation, I think, is going to be really important in this facility design. If this is your one chance to redevelop this playground and make it safe for kids throughout the course of your very hot spring and summers and even falls. In some of your pictures, you had a picture of potential shading on one of the pieces of play equipment, but the combination, having at least a better understanding of how the increased tree canopy will shade that facility, it still, to me, by visual, looks really exposed. And again, that's not necessarily something we rank here, but in terms of the sustainability of the project, I think it's really critical to be thinking about how to maximize tree canopy for the safety of the children and the enjoyment of the families around the site. So perhaps there's more of that thinking, but having insight into that would be great in the future. That's it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mark. Go ahead.
Oh, good presentation. I was just going to bring some things up, but other folks have already hit on them. So good job.
All righty.
I just want to say that the board is, you guys' comments here are excellent because it's really helping us understand more. There's always things that we don't catch, and you guys caught a lot of really good things that we can work on. Thank you.
Great. Well, that's the idea. We got a variety of folks with lots of experience on the committee here, local agency reps and state and citizens who have been involved for a long time. So that's the whole idea, that we want this to be helpful. So, all right, I don't see any more hands up. So yeah, thanks for joining us, Sean. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Carl.
And we'll see you in September.
Yes.
All right, folks, we have a break. And once again, I'm behind schedule, but let's just go ahead and take 10 minutes. Come back at 12:10, and then we'll wrap up. We got our last 3 projects. Steve. All right, hey Steve, looks like you're presenting this one.
Yes.
All right, welcome. I'm gonna start your presentation. Pool upgrades, that looks nice. Nice way to cool off.
Indeed.
All right, I'm gonna give you remote control. So click on the screen a couple times, make sure you can, there we go, all right.
Right, there we
Excellent.
are.
Well, we should all be back from our break, so why don't you go right ahead?
Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate everybody's time. My name is Steve Nelson. I'm with Century West Engineering, and I'm here with Candy Hasmerell and Kelly Bates, who are board members with the Town of Garfield's Parks and Recreation Board. And we're going to be talking about this pool upgrade project. So the project is located, and this is part of the needs section. I know I need to retitle some of these slides, but the project is located in Whitman County on the eastern edge of the state, about halfway between the city of Pullman and the city of Spokane on Rural Highway 27. The pool itself consists of a 45 by 72 foot basin, 1,000 square foot locker room and restroom area, mechanical equipment room, and a 1,300 square foot wading pool that, as we'll talk about later, currently does not function. The building or the facility was built in 1962 using local levy funds and was built under the auspices of the local school district, who shortly after construction of the pool transferred control of it over to the Parks and Recreation District. But they continue to maintain control of the property. There is a 40-year lease in place right now, but we are in discussions to finalize either a lease in perpetuity or a deeding over of the property to the Parks and Recreation District so that we can satisfy the requirements of control. The Parks and Recreation Board consists of 5 elected officials who oversee the maintenance and operation of the facility. And the facility is funded by an annual levy, pass fees, and then also at least 2 different fundraisers, one of which is a fun run that raises about $2,000 a year in local donations. And then secondly, the Midnight Swim is one that they haven't been able to do for at least the last 3 or 4 years because the lighting does not only not function properly, it is a hazard, as we'll talk about in a minute. The need and proximity. So Garfield, as I mentioned, located in Whitman County. The town of Garfield itself is just under 600 people. They have a median household income of $58,536. And we just completed, I know it's not directly related to RCO's funding, but we completed a community development block grant income survey that showed just under 60% of the households in the town of Garfield have low to moderate income. 16% of the individuals in the town are disabled. Whitman County's BMI is 22.07, and the median age is just over 53, with 45% of the population under the age of 20. There are 279 households represented in the last set of data that we got. And if we do some simple math, that calculates out to just about 69 children, just under 79 children. And that number will be important on the next slide. Population change wise, the town is essentially static in population, but it is showing some growth over the last 5 to 10 years with a change of 1.2%. The need for the project. First and foremost, there is no local access to water recreation, competition, or education there in the town of Garfield. The only water body within 10 miles is Silver Creek, which is in fact a 303D listed water body that you should not be swimming in, nor would you choose to. They have one local park there in town, and the pool represents the only source of organized summer activities for youth there in the town of Garfield. The next nearest pool facilities are in Oaksdale and Palouse. Oaksdale is just about 12 miles away, and Palouse is just under 9.5, and those are located down Rural Highway 27, which is a 50-mile-an-hour plus speed limit with a shoulder of 2 feet or less, which really does not make it safe for kids to ride their bikes in particular. If you recall, I mentioned in the last slide the number of kids there in town. In 2018, they had 69 children attend their first time swim lessons and 62 attended their second swim lessons. And while we're certain that it's not every kid in Garfield attending swim lessons every year, what this shows is that the town's youth utilize this facility extensively, and regional folks are also making use of it. There are 1 to 2 county-wide swim team events each year. And as far as families and older folks go, they had 44 family passes sold in 2018 and 218 day passes. So this is an extensively used, really important local and regional recreation source. Need satisfaction and community support. The scope of this project is based entirely on the 2019 Adopted Parks and Recreation Plan. This was based on no fewer than 3 public community meetings. And they disseminated 289 surveys, got 82 responses, and developed a series of priorities, of which the top 3 are copied there verbatim. And the first being to continue to search for resources to replace existing leaking and outdated pool and equipment. And that top priority is what we're pursuing with Land and Water Conservation Fund right now. And the reason they want to do that is to meet the physical and activity needs of the kids in the community, and then also to provide entertainment and promoting healthy, active lifestyles for all ages, especially the youth. So the need satisfaction, this facility is almost 6 decades old. The liner, we have documented leaking with at least 3,000 gallons a day being lost. I mentioned the lighting being a problem before. Not only is it not functioning correctly, but we have had electricians tell us that it would be, in fact, be an electrocution hazard for users of the pool. The wading pool does not function at all. It's not in use, and that's because it lacks the recirculation capability to maintain chlorine levels. And also it's got some leaking pipes underneath the foundation, so that needs to be eliminated. The locker room facilities, they're not ADA accessible. The walkways leading to the locker rooms are not accessible. The showers themselves are not up to par. And also you have inadequate number of restroom facilities, and the changing facilities aren't up to space requirements either. There's also equipment upgrades that are needed. A number of the valves in the facility are original to the installation. There's old and outdated boiler equipment. They're still heating their pool with fuel oil, and no LED light fixtures on the site. So those are 2 areas that will immediately reduce their energy consumption, be cleaner. These are just a handful of photographs from the facility. You can see here in the upper left, this is just a picture of their empty wading pool, not functioning, not usable. You've got a picture of the girls' restroom here in the upper right. Usually the chairs wouldn't be there, but this is the shower area here in the middle. You have 1 single restroom stall here. And while all of these, the Parks and Recreation Board has done a good job of keeping the facility open and running, it is in desperate need of some renovations that'll give it another 50 years of life. This is a picture of the boys' locker room. If you notice up here, there's some cardboard that's kind of preventing noise intrusion. You have the same issue with restroom facility locations and the way they're laid out. This is the picture of a shower head, and this is pretty typical of what the shower heads look like. Got a hose bib connection, not really ADA accessible. They have had some upgrades to their equipment, as you can see by this. This is a pump controller here, but you also have a couple of older control panels, and some of the electrical dates back to that original 1962 installation. So the scope of work to address these needs is essentially a renovation with a minor expansion. We want to be able to stretch dollars as far as we possibly can. The pool itself, as I mentioned, it does have some leaking, but a relining of that pool would reduce lost water as well as the energy required to circulate it and pump it in. Putting in new locker facilities and new equipment, that new heater, putting in a new boiler and replacing the fixtures with LED energy efficient fixtures is going to reduce energy demand. And then putting in a splash pad to replace the existing wading pool. So right now that is unusable space, and putting a splash pad facility in there will bring that back to use for the facility or for the community. And then we'll also be looking at some lighting replacement so that they can go back to that midnight swim and then have later hours of operation, and then replacing sections of fencing, and then the decking. Obviously, when we do the electrical upgrades, we will have to address some of the decking, and then they do have some cracking in the deck. So about a third to half of the deck is what we're estimating needing to replace. The cost estimate is based on actual construction costs. We have a splash pad constructed in Colville in the last 2 years that we based that cost on. There are pool projects, including one in Chehalis that we've broken down some unit prices on, and then also included a contingency of 30%. So this budget should be more than adequate to address the scope that we've got, again, to bring this pool facility back to where it's got upwards of a 50-year life, just to be able to give this limited income community the use of it for the next generation. The plan for pursuit of funding is we have requested $500,000 from LWCF, and then we're also looking at WWRP funding to help us with some of the match on this. With that, that is essentially the scope of the project. Are there any questions?
Great, thank you, Steve. Questions from the committee? Nikki.
It seems like you weren't using the LWCF criteria, at least not the current one. So you may want to go back to the manual and double check those. I think you said that the pool is 72 feet long. Is that right?
I believe so.
The pool's not.
The pool is not.
The pool is 25. That's just the whole footprint is the 70.
Okay.
With the decking.
Okay, with the decking, I'm sorry.
Well, okay. I was curious because you talked about it being used for competitive purposes, and generally you need a 75-foot pool for that. So maybe if this is the only pool around, that explains it, but I was just a little confused about that. And then you had information in your need satisfaction slides that were talking about the poor condition of the facility. And I think that that's really important information, but it seems like it should have gone in the need question instead of need satisfaction.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet, thank you.
Thanks, Nikki. Franna.
Yeah, I made that note as well, that I feel like, first presenting us with the case for need as the existing conditions. And then the second part of need is the inventory of like facilities. And I think if you could use less text and more photos pretty much throughout the presentation, but in particular, you mentioned that this pool also draws from other areas, giving us a sense of scale of kind of that greater service area, I think is helpful. But I am glad that you provided information about, the population of the town and the percentage of kids and how many passes there are that, got used. That's, some significant numbers if that were to go away. So that's, that really helps reinforce your case a lot. Yeah, I would say less text on slides. So really just emphasize maybe more pictures and emphasizing in text, really just the little bits that you want us to take away from that. And then the staging area on slide 9 you mentioned, and I didn't know if you meant if that was just staging during construction or if you were going to make that like kind of a welcoming plaza area for drop off and pickup. So can you explain that?
Yeah, that's just staging during construction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, Franna. Erica, go ahead.
Hi, great project. So my question, it looks like you're converting the wading pool to a splash pad. And so I was just looking for some information on how that will be accessed, if you're going to need to go through the pool facility, if that will be a fee area, if you could just kind of explain how that will interface, that would be great. Thanks.
Thanks. Alana, I saw your hand for a minute and then it went down. I don't know if you still have a question.
I answered my own question. Thank you, though.
Okay, great. Kevin.
Tough to follow that act. Two things. One, back to, I think it was on slide 4, you had that demographic information, and what some of the other presenters have done that has been helpful for us, or will be helpful when we're scoring, is a comparison of those kind of numbers with statewide averages, so that either in a graph or a table or something like that, that will help with the scoring. And my second question, and this is really for RCO or maybe Andrea. I remember 2 years ago when we were evaluating the 2018 proposals, there was one project, it wasn't a pool, so that may maybe get difference, but where our National Park Service liaison, Heather, suggested that we tread very carefully about stuff that was indoors, and that seemed to be kind of a question mark about, you know, how far the Park Service requirements for LWCF. So it solely makes sense to me that locker room is, even though it's indoors, part of this larger pool. I just want to make sure that that wasn't going to be a problem from the standpoint of the technical requirements of the fund.
Yeah, good question, Kevin. And that's okay. As long as the facility itself is outdoor, it's fine. The support facilities, your locker rooms, restrooms, that's fine to be indoor. There is if the facility like the pool is proposed to be indoor or covered, then there are limitations and it has to meet certain criteria. In this case, it's outdoor, so you're okay. And Andrea, you maybe you want to share more information.
I definitely ditto your comments. Yes. Okay. So not to worry if it's those supports facilities, it's fine to be covered, but this one obviously is outdoors, so it's clear.
Okay, well, thank you guys for reassuring me on that, and sorry to have wasted time on it, but I just wanted to make sure.
No worries. All right, any other thoughts from the committee? Don't see any hands up yet. And all right, looks like that's what we got. So thanks again, and your grant manager will be in touch. They'll be returning your application with these and other comments for you so you can tune it up before evaluation.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. All right, moving on to the City of College Place, and I think Michael's here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, there you are. Welcome.
Hi.
I'm going to give you control. If I can find you in my list. Huh, why don't I see you? Hold on.
I presented in the other application. I think it's because I'm using a Chromebook.
Oh, if you have it, yeah, you don't show up as it. Well, just say next, and I'll click it for you.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, well, great. It's great to be here. So thank you for the opportunity to present the Lions Park Trails and Fishing Pond project. My name's Mike Rizzatello, and I'm the city administrator for City of College Place. Next slide. Okay, so just to give you a little bit of context about City of College Place. So we're a community, quick growing community. In fact, we're the fastest growing Walla Walla County. We're in the southeastern section of the state, adjacent to the city of Walla Walla, about 40 miles to the southeast of the Tri-Cities. Our population's now over 9,800 residents, and that poses quite a bit of uniqueness and challenges. We're home to both a public school system and a private Seventh-day Adventist school system and university, but 15% of our properties are actually non-taxable, which poses a lot of revenue challenges because the folks still demand the level of service, but there isn't the revenue to accompany that. Next slide. Okay. So the need of this park inventory within the service area, College Place is actually an underparked community, which is a little bit ironic because last community I was in, Colfax, one could argue was overparked, but in our case, we have 9,800 residents and we only have 4 parks. In fact, the 4th park was just dedicated last year. So before that, we only had 3 parks, which isn't that much. It's about 18 acres for almost 10,000 people. So we do have other parks, Lions, Kiwanis, and Veterans. However, Lions is the largest park at around 7 acres. And that's almost like the town square of the community. So we have our farmers market, which has quite a bit of turnout. We have movie nights where we do outdoor movie theater out there. And then the unique character of our community is we actually have a juvenile fishing pond. So Lions Park Pond and the Lions Club has a fishing derby, but it's having silting issues and a variety of other things, which is endangering the future of it. So this park is our town square park. It's the most important. It was dedicated in the late 60s. The issue is that we have no walking paths, and that's a major issue because College Place has like a weird, quirky patchwork of sidewalks. It's almost like inside out, where the newer areas on the periphery have sidewalks, but then as you get into the interior, it's streets without sidewalks. So that's why we really need to be providing walking paths and things like that to encourage safe outdoor exercise. And we have a variety of user groups with unmet needs because of the lack of walking areas. So it goes from youth to it goes to low income, because Sunbridge, which is a local service provider for low income and families with needs, is right up the hill. This would be great to augment in their services, and our youth rec program is here. Our population age group is very unique. College Place is split in quarters almost between the very young, very old, and middle-aged. So it's almost 25% equally, which is I find fascinating. So yeah, walking is an excellent form of exercise, and we view this as really helping things. And city has no walking paths, and it's a silted pond that needs great help. Next slide. Okay, so need satisfaction, diversity of recreation. We have an underserved population. As I said, we're underparked. Another thing to show the low-income challenged nature of the community is the entire census tract you see in that map is a federally designated opportunity zone. So that gives you a feeling to the nature of the community. So our median household income is just north of 40,000, which is below the state median of 66,000. Our disabled population's 15%. That's above the statewide percentage of 13%. And body mass index for ages 16 and 19 is 23.12%, which is above the state body mass index. So yeah, we have needs. We have underserved population, few parks. We've done what we can to try to improve facilities, but again, when I mentioned about the lack of property tax paying properties and the need level, and especially with our fast growing nature, we have the need for both public and private partners to step forward and assist us. I'll get a little bit of partnerships later on, and then the one we're seeking from you all. Next slide. Okay, so the project features ADA fishing docks. So the existing pond, which we do have a water right for, so it's fully legal, that was developed in the late 60s. And as such, it's the traditional type of aesthetic of that time where it's basically a pond, but it has just a cement walking path that's breaking apart and leaning into the pond, which is dangerous and it doesn't really need ADA. So we really want to improve the pathways around it, do an ADA fishing dock so it's safe for all, dredge the pond because that pond has significant silt issues. And without that, Department of Natural Resources, they've actually threatened to stop stocking the pond with fish. And that would be devastating because we have our juvenile fishing derby there. And it's just a very unique asset that the community and our park board's proud of. So pond dredging and stream separation, because a big part of that silt issue is that Garrison Creek adjacent to it, its headwaters is actually at Mill Creek Diversion Dam, which is like an Army Corps of Engineers project. So there's some silt that comes in there and the creek just goes into the pond. And we actually did a engineering plan where Tri-State Steelheaders and Lions Club helped pay for it to fully separate it 30%. We just need the assistance to go do it. And yeah, this project, it'll do ADA fishing dock, quarter-mile walking path with exercise equipment, which really doesn't exist right now, and this park's in the center of town, so it's perfect for it. And then, yeah, and it'll just provide non-existing recreation opportunities for everyone, which is a great thing. Next slide. Okay. So project design, as you could see here, the part where this park has a lot of unique assets where it's inclusive of everyone is that the site is actually mostly flat, which is unique for the area because we do have a lot of hills around, but it is flat. So it does lend itself to easily create an ADA pathway around the perimeter of the park, and pathway be 8 feet wide and provide connectivity to all the site elements. The pathway and trail is separated from the roadways. The shade canopy provided by mature trees will lend itself to be comfortably used through the day. That's why we moved our farmers park here, farmers market here. Originally it was at City Hall, but it provides great shade. It's a great park to have community events. Habitat enhancement work, that's already been funded by Tri-State Steelheaders Group, where they've helped us with design for pond dredging and creek separation. This is important to everyone. And cost estimates, they were provided by the SPVV design group. So that way we knew we were dealing with concrete numbers and to be realistic with it. So that provides an overview to that. Next slide. And then this I'll go through very quickly through just so you're aware of it, but this project does have multiple phases. What you see here is what we're going to be looking at doing with some other grants, including one, if we were so honored to get it from the RCO program as well, the WWRP one. So it just gives you a context because we're really trying to re-envision this park to meet the demands and needs of everyone in this fast-growing community. Next slide. Okay, sustainability, several components here. So ecological factor, the pond separation will protect against future flood-induced sedimentation, because right now that creek just goes right into the pond and right out, while the 30% design plans essentially had it where the pond would be separated and there would be some filtration. It would allow for great fishing by all and be a great fishing pond and protect it for decades to come. Also, landscaping around Creek Pond will be native species and provide a buffer to the water. Social factors. This park is great because it's really our only one that's accessible easily by transportation modes, variety. Large avenues and Blue Mountain Regional Trails Plan. We have a bus that goes right through there. It's just a well-located park, and it's a signed bike route. Economic factors. Local, we would regionally source rock for a creek bed and natural features. And longevity, a creek separation from a pond will eliminate future sedimentation, reducing future operations operational costs, because in the past we've tried to keep it dredged and everything, and just the way it's currently set up doesn't lend well to it. And again, we're running the risk of not being able to fish in there, which will impair recreation opportunities for our youth, which is sad. Next slide. Okay, with project support, this project has great support. College Place, I would say, has struggled in the past really having a community identity and getting people out, and this park has really lended itself to getting the community all together. Because historically, a lot of our residents would go Walla Walla, but now as this place is growing, we're getting our own identity, and there's a great desire to have the assets needed to support that. So outreach program, staff presentations to our Economic Development Commission. We have a local citizen-led Park Arbor and Rec Board to approve this as well. Open house at our weekly farmers market, and farmers market's right in the park, so people get to really get an appreciation for what we want to do. In 2019, there were 30 attendees that visited our displays. They were very happy with what they saw. They loved the walking path, the shade of the trees. This project was in the Park Rec Open Space Plan, which was fed by 109 responses through a community survey. 37% wanted more active recreation opportunities like walking. And then this thing has a ton of support. Council passed resolution. Our citizen-led Park Arbor and Rec Board also passed a resolution. And then really, we mobilized a lot of our business and community groups. I mean, we got 23 letters of support for this, and they're still coming in, which for this community to get that level is, when you look at it historically, is something else. Next slide. Okay, cost efficiencies. So we're partnering to try and make this happen, looking for technical assistance, money, everything to really bring this project to fruition. So Sherwood Trust, which is a local nonprofit, they have a leadership group from a couple of years ago that helped Park in Walla Walla, similar park. They had leftover funds. They saw the benefit of this project. They donated north of $9,200 for this. For this grant application, we have an additional $200,000 in local appropriations, and really we've been stocking away our REAP 2 revenue over time to make this project a reality, and the remaining appropriations will be budgeted in 2021. So within our limited fiscal wheelhouse, we're doing everything possible to try to really make this happen. Next slide. And as you can see, this just contextualizes what the park looks like. There you can see it right in the heart of the community, right adjacent to a variety of homes. Our transportation assets, it's a great asset. We use it for community events. And with these improvements, we look at capitalizing it to make College Place a great place to live, work, and play for decades to come. So with that, thank you. Questions?
Good, thanks, Mike. Questions on this project or suggestions or comments? Jennifer, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. You seem really knowledgeable and passionate about this project. Thanks for all the good information. The few things I had were, one, did you mention that it was in the comprehensive plan in the beginning under the need?
Yeah, I thought I did. So it's in a comprehensive plan because we have a Park, Arbor, and Recreation plan, which is a chapter in our general comp plan. I think I may have mentioned it from that context as opposed to saying comp plan.
Oh, okay, that's all right. Well, I was just going to point out, I heard you mention it under community support, but I wanted to make sure that you mention it in criteria number 1, which is the need.
Okay.
Because as we're rating these and when we're scoring them actually in September, which we're not doing now, it will be helpful for us to see what the criteria are and the answers all in that same, item.
Okay.
And then Page 4, the demographics slide. I want to make sure that you got all the categories. I saw underserved items, but I didn't see, oh, I see you've picked out maybe some from the health. I would make sure you go back to that criteria and look at all the different demographics that are asked for. Be a little more thorough on that one.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then page 8 was a little too cluttered. For it's helpful if you use less text in the slides and perhaps more pictures. And then when you're explaining it, it's great to flesh those main bullet points out. But it's hard when there's so much text on the screen for us to try to read it and listen to what you're saying. So that would be helpful. And then same with 9. Too much text. I saw one little small picture there. But again, more pictures and less text.
Okay.
And certainly in your narrative, flesh it out. And that's all I had.
Okay, thanks. Erica and then Dave.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. I wanted to call out, you said you gave so much valuable information verbally, and there were a couple things that stuck out to me that there might be a good way to show visually. Sounds like the location, I believe you said it was very close to a nearby social services provider and some recreation programs. So if you're able to kind of point that out on a map to help us visually see how the park fits into those important community functions, I think that would be great. You also mentioned that the sidewalk around the pond currently is, kind of falling apart and almost falling into the pond. Showing us a visual of that can be really powerful as well. If you have any documentation, it seems like what you said about DNR, maybe no longer stocking the pond with fish if you're not able to dredge it. That sounds like a pretty good argument that there's kind of a threat. And so if you could provide some documentation of that, that would be probably helpful. And yeah, that was most of what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks, Erica. Dave.
Hi, Michael, thanks for the presentation. A couple of things. So I echo Erica and Jennifer's comments about the amount of text. So if you can simplify that, add more photos, that'd be super helpful, I think, and beneficial for you. I did notice you spent a lot of time on slide number 3. So you might be able to split that one up a bit and maybe have some more ground shots, or, when you're describing the park, so we get a better feel of how it looks. So maybe, you have the kind of the one of the fishing pond up there, but maybe almost like a walking tour of the park, so we can see what's going on. And then the one master plan shot that you show with the ball field and all that, if you could just maybe label that, throw some labels on it of the elements that are going to be in the grant, that'd be kind of helpful too.
Okay.
And I think that's about it.
Great. Thanks, Dave. Franna and then Kitty.
Yeah, I echo the comments so far about the breaking things up a lot more. I feel like the early maps that you provided in the first 2 slides, they didn't help orient me to where exactly you are. There was one slide that kind of had bubbles, and I wasn't sure what I was looking at. And then I saw down in the corner, it said Lions Park. I was like, oh, I thought the park was the other one that was kind of in the center of the picture. So really spending some time to tease out this information, to really introduce us to where you are on a map, and then those photos of on the ground existing conditions will then help with the flow of all the other good information about the need, if these things were to go away because they are failing. I think you might have mentioned too that there's not another like pond fishing pier kind of thing. So, that would be a great map. Like, here's this big service area and we're the one and only. And the same with the fitness equipment. So, you know, I'm interested to know, how does that serve? How do you know that people will use that? What did you hear that as something from community members during your engagement? Like, you know, why are you making such a big investment in that, and kind of help us understand where that need came from. Yeah, I think that's all.
Great.
Thanks, Franna. Kitty, go ahead.
Great, thank you. And thank you for the really thorough presentation. I thought that it was, you covered a lot of ground in a short amount of time. My only final comment, I think that, again, to the fact that this is a unique feature, the fishing pond, I was just curious if there was any plans for interpretive signage or anything as part of this redesign. Seems like a great opportunity, and if it is indeed included, it'd be just great to know about it. Yeah. Otherwise, yep, I agree with what other folks have said. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Looks like we got one more from Nikki.
Yeah, so you have some really good computer generated graphics, like the one showing the fishing area and the pathway around the pond, but I didn't see a lot of existing conditions. And so maybe a before and after kind of thing. So if you have like that picture, that perspective view in the computer generated graphics, and then you show how it is now and from that same viewpoint, would be helpful so that we can see what the improvement will be.
Great.
Great, thanks. All right, I don't see any other hands up. So thanks, Mike. You got a lot of good advice. I do want to let you know you are over on your time. You're about 1.5 minutes long.
Okay.
But you got some good advice about things to be added. So that'll be your challenge for your presentation in November, is to get the information in there, but condense it somehow and streamline your presentation just a little bit. And it can help writing a script, just so you make sure you practice and everything, because we'll be a little more strict with the timeline and evaluation, so we can move through and folks have time to present and get scored and everything. So
okay.
Thanks for joining us.
Yep. Good. Thank you.
See you. All right. All right, we made it to the last one. City of Covington, our closer is. Hey, Matthew.
Hello, Carl.
I'm going to hand over controls to you. So just click on the screen there to.
Just confirming, Carl, you could hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
Looks like I have control.
Excellent. All right, we'll go right ahead.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Matthew Keogh, City of Covington Parks Planning and Development Manager. And on the call with us today is Ethan Newton, my supervisor and the Parks and Recreation Director. We're pleased to welcome you to Jenkins Creek Park, as seen in the picture, a 29-acre community park currently hidden in the center of Covington. You're actually looking at the only entrance point to the park, which is not off an internal neighborhood street. But like each of the pedestrian-only entrances, this entryway and this multi-use trail can only be seen from within the park. This very intended main entryway is currently obscured by development that is just past the bridge you might notice, an upgraded 10-foot wide steel bridge that crosses Jenkins Creek. This park needs visibility and access befitting its central community park role. This project provides the development solution to this problem. The goal of this project is to develop the 1.95 acre parcel that you can see outlined in red. This property is directly adjacent to the larger Jenkins Creek Park, and the trail entrance that you saw on the previous slide is on the north left corner among the trees. And just want to point out that the trees demark both edges, riparian edges of the Jenkins Creek to be included, filling a gap of parkland and critical area protection that lies just to the east. The city has secured a right of first refusal for this parcel and has assembled the funding for purchase next summer. The acquisition phase of the project, spanning the past 2 years, plans to utilize WWRP funds as a final match to the already allocated King County Conservation Future Funds. We're currently at 75% of the already appraised value. This project is to essentially create a front door to the park along the main north-south running arterial roadway in Covington. Match development funds will come from city park reserves, or ideally as a match from the WWRP Local Parks Program. And this slide shows you a conceptual graphic for the target property. We have a color graphic later that'll better detail the improvements plans, but this one does show an overlay of the site plan onto the existing RV storage lot you might remember from the previous picture. So incorporated in 1997, the city of Covington at that time was about 12,000 people. Today, 23 years later, it now represents approximately 20,000 Washington residents. The project location is in the center of the Southeast King County region and in the very center of the city of Covington. But despite this central location, the park has a lack of access as described, awareness, or community use. Long-term residents regularly share that they are completely unaware of this hidden urban refuge and potential community park. So here you see the city of Covington outlined in white and the project area designated with an orange star. And you might also note the blue outline of a future trail corridor along Jenkins Creek. This is to one day connect trail users to regional trails. This will be strongly encouraged by the development design. Activation of the Jenkins Creek Community Park is a long-established community priority, evidenced in our city plans, including our adopted 6-year Parks Capital Improvement Program, and most importantly, within the park's adopted master plan from spring of 2018. The Jenkins Creek corridor on which the park rests is also a top consideration for the city's Shoreline Master Program to develop public water access, which is largely absent in the city with the exception of views from a few bridge crossings like the one you saw. Our adopted level of service for community parks identified in our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan calls for 5 acres for every 1,000 residents, which translates to 101 acres just for the current population. The city has just 51 acres in place for this need, but only one functioning 20-acre community park on the north end of town that has developed on-site parking and user amenities. Our user amenities from a community park standard are listed, and you might note the high ratio or the low ratio of provisions per residence. This project meets as designed. This project will meet 2 of the top most identified needs by our citizens: expanded park spaces and support for trails. So here you have the gold star again showing along the network of trails. Specifically, this design will allow new orientation to the park and creek, future restrooms and a kiosk and a parking area, all of which will double as a trailhead, and introduce a creekside trail by way of an ADA accessible boardwalk to be developed on this site, and that will double as a viewing platform. Jenkins Creek Park, as shown here in the master plan conceptual drawing, is meant to be one of 3 community parks to ultimately serve the entire city, certainly beyond the typical 1-mile service area. It's therefore critical to access and activate these 29 acres, especially among the limited opportunities to assemble equal acreage in the city. Jenkins Creek Park began as a King County park, at that time providing neighborhood level services, pedestrian only, to the Timberline neighborhood, which was completed in the mid-1970s with 915 adjacent homes. The new master plan for the park looks to address access, to increase safety, and to bring a wide array of recreational interest into the park from the local community, including the emerging downtown area just adjacent. It specifically prioritized the park entry at this very location with public street visibility to enable the different users and adequate ADA accessibility. Regarding underserved population of the state and of our area, the census tract of this project has a higher representation than the state average in the following factors. Persons of color is higher than the state average at 32%. The body mass index is higher at 23.97%, and pardon me, that number. And mortality rate is also higher at 737.55. In the areas where we don't necessarily comply or show the need as much as the state average, I just point out that we are close to the persons of disability at 11%, particularly with an aging neighborhood just adjacent, the state average being 13, we're at 11. And while our median income of $95,000 is higher than the state median income average, the majority, in comparison, the majority of King County urban areas generally are higher than us and enjoy a higher level of service and mobility than our residents. So meeting the needs, this project will uniquely introduce a trailhead in the center of the city. It'll give immediate creek access, and the much important planned functional arrival point for our community programs and groups. The immediate adjacent Covington Multi-Care Medical Campus, in fact, has already begun coordinating with us on how to develop their campus to this site in a complementary way, including extensive community walking programs and healthy living programs. So looking at the early design for park arrival and point, this comes from the master plan graphic. It's a cutaway. And it is located just as we are intending here on 267th Street. But we're pleased to be able to have changed the focus from one residential lot to the RV storage lot, which you can see in the aerial photo, a larger site, but more importantly, one that allows us to develop in a sensitive way to not be within the residential portion, but in fact have our users to the park come and go from the south edge instead of the north edge of the property. Here's a way to demonstrate that better. And what you might notice on the slide is the north edge now has new dedicated green space. You can also see that the 10-foot trail entryway into the park is a highlighted feature going diagonally across the property from the very traffic circle, which is on the far left side of the slide. That again, on a highly visible street, you have a clear line of sight into the park and respecting the residential side to the north. Other features on the site include the 30 space parking lot, a 2-car drop-off area, ADA parking, an AV parking space, self-locking gates, park and trail information kiosk, and a space for a future restroom. We're very excited about these features and this design and the way it incorporates into our park, into our needs. And so let me move into sustainability. This development is a critical piece to the evolving sustainable live, work, and play setting of this area, particularly with Covington's larger employers, local schools, and urban densities that are all in walking distance. This is a long-term investment, and the developing area plans outline phases for future community park amenities, as well as a growing downtown area. The project protects ecology, particularly the habitat of the salmon as part of the Green River watershed. It is economically contributing to the area as an investment in the quality of life, ideally playing a central park-like role. The Jenkins Creek Park Master Plan process of 2018 provided extensive notice and involvement, engaging our local owners, HOAs, and agencies, particularly through the SEPA process, but it is most rewarding to continue to involve our current partners on the site, which are listed on this slide. There is constant stewardship from volunteer groups at this park, with memorandums of understanding in place for invasive management, plant identification, bird monitoring, even planting plans. Letters of support are here and include one from Mid-Sound Fisheries that actually oversees a Green College internship program that is active on site. Finally, on cost efficiencies, they include that this community has a track record of significant volunteer involvement. We have established volunteer programs that contribute to regular maintenance on the park, and they also significantly assist with special projects, such as invasive removal, a new sign program that you can start to see a graphic from, restoration and maintenance of these areas, including of some recent construction projects. And then another standout efficiency is the very obvious one, that it is adjacent to an existing park that has regular maintenance, also adjacent to public works interest, as well as our police department. And so we have an existing investment and all in need of better access and visibility that ultimately will lead to better community appreciation and use with your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew. All right, question. Looks like Dave has something for you.
Good afternoon, Matthew. Thank you, Ethan. Good to hear from you again. Couple of things. So you can take advantage of your volunteer match and involvement. So on your cost efficiency slide, you talk about the volunteer efforts, but I don't see any of that reflected in the budget. So if you do have volunteer stuff, we'd encourage you to make sure you get that in your budget when you move ahead. Slide 13, where you have the master plan and you were talking about kind of the conceptual plan. It'd be really helpful if you could maybe break that up into a couple of different slides and have some example pictures of what the restrooms would look like or what the kiosk would look like there. And then also I would get rid of that legend and actually label the plan, take out the numbers and then put labels on there so we don't have to jump back and forth between what's there. A couple of slides that I didn't make note of it, but it'd be helpful to have a few more shots of like ground shots as you're describing the site. And then also zoom out a bit to show the context of where this fits on slides 12 and 13. I think that's kind of the gist of it. I'll throw the rest of it in the written comments.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Jennifer, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I would have liked to know where Covington is, even though I actually know where it is, a little bit sooner. So maybe have that be your second slide. And then a couple of pages. In general, I thought that the pictures were too small. The best picture I liked was the very last one, where you had that group of volunteers across the whole page. It's just easier to connect with that. I thought the text on the side of the kind of the grid format was a little distracting. So for example, slide 16. So for example, this slide, the column on the left isn't even being used. So it'd be great to have the pictures be bigger. And then if you move forward to 17, this one, you're repeating the same information on the left grid as is on the pictures. And so I found myself trying to figure out if there was somebody else, but I think they're exactly the same. So you could just have just the pictures and not the grid. And then on 19, kind of along the same lines, it was hard to read the text on the right that are under the pictures and also try to figure out what was going on the left. So I think that would just really simplify it for me. It sounds like a great project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. Erica, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. I just noticed a couple places where you kind of talked about other things that are near to the site location. I think on slide 15, you talked about employment centers and a couple other pieces. And then on slide 19, I think verbally you had mentioned that police and public works and a number of other things are right there. And I think if you're able to kind of show that visually on a map, you know, showing all those connections and where this is situated and what that means for the community, that'd be really helpful.
Thank you.
Thanks. Nikki, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could remind me of how the acquisition is happening.
Yeah, so we've been assembling the funds for that, and we have conservation futures funding for the majority of it. We also have reserve funds if needed. We are applying to WWRP local parks for the last 25%.
Okay, and so that's a separate project than this one.
Correct.
Because your written description in Prism sounds a little like, in some places it sounds more like an acquisition project than a development project. So I think maybe just make it really clear that this project is to develop a piece of property that you're acquiring with other grants.
It's a very strong point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nikki. Kitty, go ahead.
Great, thank you. And thanks for this presentation. If you wouldn't mind going back to slide number 3.
Sure.
Just a couple suggestions just for orientation. Yeah, I'd love to have a directional arrow on this slide. I think I saw the schematic maybe at the end and it might have just been cropped off as you were dropping it into the PowerPoint, but that'd be really helpful. And then if you could fast forward to slide number 9. I think on this side, I think it'd be helpful. I believe that in the lower left-hand corner, the RV site is actually right in the kind of white area.
Correct.
Yeah, for context, it would have been really nice to just kind of say, put a big red square around that to know that that's actual development site, but it sounded like plans may have changed slightly since you had this conceptual plan developed. But just making sure you're showing that throughout would be really helpful. And then a question just in general, and you can maybe go back to, or maybe one of your slides that has the conceptual, maybe as your last slide, the conceptual design of the lot. Yeah, so there's some directional arrows coming from the south. And I noticed that road just kind of drops off to anywhere. Is the area to the south publicly owned as well? What's the story about fully connecting this whole picture here?
Yeah,
and if I missed that, I apologize.
We need to speak more to the proximity for sure, but that is a current dead end there of a future connector road. And then the multi-care medical campus is just south.
Okay, so these directional arrows that you have in the future parking lot will be connected to the development and incorporated into the development of the future development of that site. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, did you mention that in the presentation at all? I'm sorry if I missed it.
I don't think we made it clear enough that that's onto a developing road and part of the park and the multi-care campus to the south. We need to do a better job of that.
Yeah, and if that's the case as well, it'd be helpful to understand the timing and sequencing then of all that and how it fits together.
Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kitty. Any other thoughts from the committee here?
Sure. This is Andrea.
Yeah, Andrea.
So I was just looking at this project, and for the presenter, do you feel the purpose? It seemed to me the purpose for this project, according to what you had said, was to increase the visibility.
That's correct.
Help to increase visibility, and so the way it's designed is for the visibility and increased use and so on, so that people who aren't aware become more aware of this wonderful resource. So this new development, I just wondered if you felt like it would provide that.
We absolutely do. We don't have on-site parking, for example.
I'm sorry, repeat.
I was saying we absolutely do feel that way. And one of the
Okay.
strongest points is we don't have on-site parking within the entire plan park that you see.
And it's across the creek, I notice, or?
Yes.
But the way it will be designed, there will be no doubt that people who are passing by will catch that, oh, there's something going on here, let me stop.
Absolutely. It'll be a designated arrival point.
Okay, great.
With line of sight into the park.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Kitty, you got something else?
Yeah, I guess it just sparked my question as you were responding to you said the future development of that south side was by, is it going to become a hospital or clinics, or you said it was a healthcare facility of some kind?
Correct.
I'm just curious, are they one of the potential partners? Or have they provided any, are they a potential partnership opportunity? Do they contribute much to the community through any of the sort of required community health benefits contributions that they?
Yes, very much so. They have active programs, but now they are working, they've supplied us a letter of support, but they're working with us to coordinate development, including trails networks throughout their property and ours, connecting at this very site that we've showed you. So I do need to explain that better, that they're also doing things in response to this site plan.
That's great. Yeah, and perhaps once you were able to build out your proposal further, there's, that could provide an opportunity for support letters and things like that to that end, to really show that private partnership and potentially even some of the private contribution to the potential project. Clearly there's a big benefit for their facility having this right at their doorstep.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any final thoughts for Covington? Okay, not seeing any more hands. All right, well, thank you, Matthew. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you, committee.
Absolutely. Righty, if the committee could hang out just for a bit.